please. Normally it's the councillors that I have to remind, but tonight I'm going to remind the citizens in the public gallery to please take your seats. Thank you very much. I'm Darcy Byrne. I'm the Mayor of the InnerWest. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and by paying respect to their elders, both past and present. I don't believe we have any apologies tonight because we have a full house and no requests for remote attendance. The notice of webcasting. For all of the citizens here tonight, we let you know at the start of the meeting, these proceedings are broadcast live onto YouTube and recorded for posterity, as is required by the Local Government Act. And so comments that you make here are in the public domain and can have legal ramifications. The statement of ethical obligations, I'll now read. The Mayor and Councillors are bound by the oath or affirmation of office made at the start of the council term to undertake their civic duties in the best interests of the people of the InnerWest Council and to faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act or any other act to the best of their skill and judgment. I tell you, that's a very long sentence. It's also a requirement that the Mayor and Councillors disclose conflicts of interest in relation to items listed for consideration on the agenda or which are considered at this meeting in accordance with Council's Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice. I'll now ask whether there are any disclosures of interest tonight. Councillor Shetty.
Yes, I'd like to register a disclosure of interest on the 2 traffic committee items. It is a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest, as I am also the state member for Balmain and I have a representative on the traffic committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Shetty has tabled that and the wording is with the minute taker. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I too also have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in the 2 traffic committee items, as I work for the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as the member for Summerhill has a representative on the committee. As the vote of the member is exercised through a representative, I also will remain in the chamber for discussion and voting on those 2 items. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in the mayoral minute, Rozelle Parklands, again because I work in the office of the Minister for Transport. As this is a legal matter that may involve transport for New South Wales, and out of an abundance of caution, so as to avoid any perception of conflict, I'll remove myself from discussion and voting on that matter. Similarly, item 52, Transport for New South Wales litigation, Camdenville Park. As this is a legal matter and out of an abundance of caution, I will remove myself from discussion and voting on that matter. And finally, as flagged at the last meeting, item 36, InnerWest Schools Active Travel. I declare non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in that item as I work for the Minister for Transport, but as this is a grant program to avoid any perception of conflict and out of an abundance of caution, I will remove myself from that item.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further disclosures? Will someone move the acceptance of those disclosures? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you for that. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meetings of the 13th of February and the 20th of February. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? Will someone move their adoption? Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Next is the public forum. Now, I'm going to read out the list of items for which we have speakers tonight. if you're here to speak to an item and it's not listed, then you'll need to come and let us know because it means something's gone wrong with your registration. The first item is item 5, Mort Bay Park. Then item 6, InnerWest at 40. Item 7, Local Traffic Committee meeting of the 19th of February. Item 21, Electric Vehicle Public Charging Update. Item 22, Outcomes of All-Weather Surface Sporting Field Engagement. Item 40, Trans Day of Visibility Rally. And item 42, Notice of Motion extending the swimming season at Fanny Durack Aquatic Centre. Councillor Stamos.
I'm wondering, Mr Mayor, if we could relax our rules of 3 speakers for and against for item number 22. And the reason I ask this is because of the diversity of speakers. We have sporting clubs, we have experts, we have community groups, and I think that it would be advisable for council to hear from as many as possible this evening, given the great diversity we have of those speakers. So I would hope that we could relax that for this evening. Thank you.
Well, there's 11 speakers registered for that item. Under our Code of Meeting Practice, there's allowed 3 for and 3 against. I don't often do this, but I concur with Councillor Stamos that there is a diversity of opinions. It's a bit like a planning matter where there's people who are coming, they might be notionally for or against, but there's lots of different perspectives coming at it. What I think I'll do is ask the people who have registered to speak against, which is the overwhelming majority, it's all but 1, to get together outside in the foyer and see whether you can try and reduce the number of people against, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Normally there's 3 speakers allowed for or against an item. So it may be that those positions can be rationalised. I'll ask you to have a go at that now, if you can, and then come back and let us know how you go. But our intention is not to try and cut people off, although we would prefer to make sure we can get through the business. Are you happy with that, Councillor Stamos?
Mr Mayor?
Yep. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, if there's, I'll now move on to item 5, Mort Bay Park. Sorry, I've got the same problem with this. We've got 5 speakers in favour, none against. So I'm going to also ask, and forgive me for this, the Mort Bay Park Tree Management and View Corridors speakers to just pop outside into the foyer and see whether you can reduce the 5 speakers to 3 and cover some of the same ground. And just propose that while they're doing that, we move on to item 6, InnerWest at 40. And the first speaker for that is Will Atkins from Balmain East. And he is in person. Will, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Just before you start, just to let everybody know, under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're allowed 3 minutes to speak. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear this bell, and that's an indication that it's time to work up to your crescendo. We're not in the practice of extending people's time beyond 3 minutes, because if you're the first person to speak tonight, it's tempting to do so. But if you're the last staff member to leave here tonight after midnight, you wish that everybody else had stuck to time. Mr Atkins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The policy is a direction that should be supported. It sets approaches to speed limits, but they're just part of the solution. There must be matching nudges to change the culture of our streets: greening, planting, restricting rat runs, textures on street surfaces, formalising parking restrictions. Now, these align with the Council's green-blue corridor principles and is also consistent with the Council's strategic direction 2, which is livable, connected neighbourhoods and transport. So it's a fantastic initiative, and it has my and my neighbours' support. Note that the Balmain Peninsula has already had 40 kilometres an hour for a long time. This has improved our street amenity, but its high density and narrow streets mean that 40 kilometres is still way too fast on a number of streets. So outside, for instance, Nicholson Street State School, Balmain and Birch Grove primary schools, they're dangerously high speeds, especially at school times. So the consultation showed there's a lot of support for 30 kilometres an hour areas, and I would urge council to trial or pilot a 30 kilometre an hour area from Balmain to Balmain East. An idea would be that Darling Street, Balmain could be 30 kilometres an hour. It would improve that part of Balmain enormously. Say from but bigger, say from the Curtis Street roundabout down to the East Balmain Wharf and roads in between. It's a contained area and a last mile for journeys on a peninsula where a 10k limit reduction would add a few seconds to any journey. It would be quite minor, but the benefit would be great. So that is a tangible action to trial for an important reform. Now, finally, we're all trying to find some opportunities to make Victoria Road work better for the Rozelle and InnerWest communities. How about apply a lower speed than the current 60 to set the tone for local roads? Coming here tonight, I noticed Harris Street, Ultimo, Broadway were down to 50 kilometres an hour. And Oxford Street at Darlinghurst is 40 kilometres an hour. It can be done for Victoria Road and help reclaim it for the community. Finally, a housekeeping matter. The report on page 5 shows submissions for Birchgrove, 5 for Birchgrove and 0 for Balmain and Balmain East. Now, apparently this is because all 2041 postcode submissions were deemed to be from Birchgrove. And in fact, it was 2 for Balmain, 2 for Balmain East and 1 for Birchgrove. I just wanted to make that point because people in Balmain East are interested in this. Okay, thank you. I commend the report and actions to make our local streets safer and more pleasant to live in. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Will. I can say this because I grew up in Balmain and represent the ward, but you'd be surprised how little most councillors care about the differentiation between those postcode boundaries. Our next speaker is Sharon Laura of Haberfield. And she's online. Sharon, are you there?
I am online. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm speaking as a resident of Haberfield. I'll be very quick. Can I ask if Paul Ruppel's apology has been received because he was going to speak on behalf of the Haberfield P&C? He's delegated to me if that's been received. Can that be checked out? I do speak in support of the recommendations.
Sorry, just a sec, Sharon. We're not able to grant you 6 minutes if that's what you were suggesting. He is registered to speak. So why don't you have a crack at speaking for 3 minutes, and if you need an extension of time, because you're such a fantastic local citizen, we'll consider it.
Okay, I'll try and do both. The most important thing is that these recommendations are supported by Haberfield Public School. Haberfield Public School is a very large school, over 600 students, and we also have a very large before and after care community. So the streets are very busy. Bland Street, which is on one of the major roads in Haberfield, is a connector road, and that's important. It's a local road, but it's a connector road. It's only one of 2 in Haberfield. It connects Ashfield and Haberfield. We have school students who come from the schools in Ashfield, the 3 schools in Bland Street, Ashfield. They walk down Bland Street to go to Algie Park. The P&C at Haberfield Public School strongly supports the recommendations. We definitely support the lowering of the local road speeds around the school precinct to 30 kilometres because we know that makes a huge difference to the outcomes if kids are hit. We also request that within the recommendations that we endorse, that Haberfield Public School be investigated and be given a high priority because of our unique location on a connector road and because of what we have around us in terms of WestConnex Parramatta Road that it be investigated as a site-specific for higher implementation and lowering as soon as possible down to 30 kilometres during general time and 20 kilometres during school time. Paul also sent me a text to say that that he noted that the school zone in Plymouth Bridge Road had dropped down to 40. It's a very busy road there. If that had been done, if that could be done there, why can't it be done around us? This is basically what we're asking. I support it as a resident who lives on the street. I support it as a member of the P&C, as a community member, and the P&C also strongly supports the officer's recommendations, lowering down the speeds further and prioritising as a high priority the Haberfield Public School wasn't included as a site specific for early implementation. I think that says it, really.
I told you could do it. Thank you very much. That was very concise. Appreciate your cooperation. Our next item is item 7, Local Traffic Committee. And we have one speaker, that's Margot Cashman of Dulwich Hill, who's in person. Thank you, Margot.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name's Margot Cashman. I live in Chalice Avenue, Dulwich Hill. I'm here representing 8 streets: MacArthur Parade, Beach Street, Canterbury Grove, Margaret Street, Wardell Road, Pine Street, Marrickville Avenue and Chalice Avenue. The Local Traffic Committee has made the recommendation that a residents' parking scheme be put out to the residents of those streets to be voted on. The issue is St Maroon's School. At the moment, these streets are being used for parking for staff, students, aged care, preschool and also commuter parking. That means when parents drop off and pick up, there's nowhere for them to park. Someone is going to get hurt because parents are forced to double and triple park and kids running everywhere. All we'd like to do is minimise that safety issue by having a vote on residents to our permit parking. And so we completely agree with the Local Traffic Committee and ask that the Council approve that recommendation. Simple, less than 3 minutes. Someone else can have my time.
Thank you, Margot. Next is item 21, electric vehicle public charging update. We have Stan Baker from Birchgrove in person.
Sorry, we're item 5 and we were sent out to consult. Is that just missed because we...
Oh, sorry. Oh, so the speakers for item 5 have come back. Fantastic.
And they are ready to go.
You've got 3 speakers nominated. Can I just ask what their names are? Jackie Stratford.
Yes, Frank Portuguese.
Frank Portuguese and Robert Clark. Great. Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you. Yes, as you said, my name is Jackie Stratford. I've been a resident of Phillip Street for the last 30 years. Firstly, I'd like to thank you and the councillors for the opportunity to speak about this matter tonight. Secondly, I'd like to thank Peter Gainsford, Ryan Middy and Aaron Callaghan for meeting with local residents via Teams on Monday the 19th of February to discuss this matter and give us the opportunity to voice our concerns. I believe the revised report, Mort Bay Park Tree Management and View Corridors, has addressed our concerns. It is in line with the original plan of management and will result in a much improved and ecologically sustainable park. I thank Ryan Meady for this report and fully support the recommendation that Council endorses this 2-year tree management plan for Site C in Mort Bay Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Next is Frank Portuguese of Birchgrove. Thanks, Frank.
Good evening, Chair, and thanks for letting me speak tonight. So I'm Frank Portuguese from Short Street in Birchgrove, and I'm one of the neighbours that is now looking at a row of poisoned trees right in front of my house. I'm also the president of Mort Bay Community Garden, an association of 120 members who are trying to build and maintain a place for neighbours to work together and interact and improve the local environment down there. A significant part of this work has just been destroyed at the beginning of the year by this tree poisoning, and every tree poisoned means that loads of area around it is being poisoned as well, so it's a devastated 100 square meters of ground full of poison. While dealing with this devastation, we realized that Council was discussing something very similar, the management of trees inside C of Mort Bay Park, and we're really, really thankful that you postponed the decision last time. And we had a chance to talk to neighbours and bring them all on the table and find out what they think about this. And we're also thankful for having the opportunity to discuss the matter with Peter Gainsford, Aaron Callaghan and Ryan Midday. So in all the conversations, the result was basically the underlying problem is a wrong start of the whole place. So there were a lot of trees wrongly planted there, wrong choice of plants, and a lack of management in the last years. The new report reflects this, and we're very thankful for that. So that is brilliant. And it's also good to see that Council is now working on the approach to manage this better and improve the situation, fix old mistake, replant when they pull out trees. Even putting money to that is amazing. So we're really happy about that. That is a good solution. Because what we need there is peace, and we need people to not be annoyed about a tree that's blocking a site and then devastate the entire area. We'll never be able to avoid that as long as they come in the night. So finding a good balance is what we're aiming for. So the last replacement, though, is important. We can't cull it, we need to replace it, and that is now also in the report. So as the last collateral victim of the tree poisoning, because that's what we are, we feel really vulnerable. We feel like we need your help, and we would appreciate if dealing with the dead trees that are still there, and with a few little ones that are in the garden that are supposed to be too big or whatever to stand in the way, and they're not supposed to grow there anyway, it would be good if they could be dealt with as soon as possible so that we can start working on fixing the issue that now evolved. So all that devastated land needs remediating, and we would like to do that soon. So we thank you all for giving the chance to be part of this process, and we're looking forward for a better outcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Our final speaker on this item is Robert Clark of Birchgrove. Thank you, Robert.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to speak to you tonight and to respond to this report. I represent the petitioners of the original petition that was the subject of the December 5 motion that was put to council. And I would like to support and endorse this report. It's a fabulous report, and actually it's so succinct, its success, it's a wonderful thing. And I'm most grateful for the opportunity a week or so ago with the General Manager and also members of the Council's officers who we were able to speak over Teams about some of the matters that are the subject of this report. But the report is very, very succinct. It does exactly what we've all agreed upon, and as you would have heard from the other speakers in this matter, they represent quite a few different aspects of the results of this report. I recommend it strongly to Council. It'd be great to get some assistance from Council in this matter and to address these matters that have been outstanding for some time. The maintenance issues, the removal of some of these self-seeded trees, and the most important word of all that comes through this is the replacement of any of those trees that may have been, that are dead or have died through perhaps even environmental matters, poor soils or whatever, or self-seeding. And I recommend it greatly to you all, and I'm very, very grateful for the input of Council in this and giving us all a voice in the preparation of this report. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Robert. The next item we have a registered speaker for is item 21, electric vehicle public charging update, and that is Stan Baker of Birchgrove. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak on two items. Item 48, question on notice, EV charging. However, my comments will be relevant to item 21, electric vehicle public charging update, both of which are, of course, on tonight's agenda. I'm aware that the Council has trialled footpath electric vehicle charging. However, I understand that this has been discontinued. As an EV owner and with an environmental concern living in the area, I'm aware of the following factors. One, electric vehicles are a vast improvement on petrol vehicles for reaching net zero, assuming, of course, that walking, cycling and public transport are not an option for every journey. Item two, the price of home electricity can be 1/5 that of public charges. Charging at home during the day from solar panels is cheap and beneficial for the grid. And recently, there have been very exciting price drops in electricity available after midnight. And the third item, only 1/3 of houses in the InnerWest have driveways that allow home EV charging. Now, this all translates to an unfair and discriminatory situation where 2/3 of the area is disadvantaged in running an EV. It translates to a situation where people will be reluctant to switch to an EV, preferring in all probability to buy a new petrol car or else prolong the use of their existing carbon dioxide producing vehicle. Bearing in mind the Council's resolution passed last May to encourage the adoption of electric vehicles, I therefore implore Council to continue the existing footpath permit system. It's simple, unlikely to cause any more convenience and bins rubbish, curb parking, diners and drinkers that already use the footpath. Furthermore, it could be a source of council revenue by way of an annual licence fee. If the council is still not happy, I ask that they at least explore solutions like those being trialled in Europe. These include trench systems that maintain a flat surface on the footpath and overhead gantry systems that do not affect the footpath at all. So-called pop-up charging posts powered by home electricity are another solution, but this of course assumes that parking near the post is easy. And of course we know that in the West Council it is not. With the existing price differential between home and charger electricity prices, many EV owners will be tempted to simply run a cable to their vehicle, in much the same way as trades do. This will be illegal, of course, but people will do it. And to catch them, rangers will have to be given triple pay to work after midnight. Much better, I think, to have a legal council-approved charging system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. We're back to item 22, community engagement outcomes, all-weather surface sporting field. Can I just ask if the 10 speakers registered to speak against this item, have you been able to come to an agreement on a speaking list? You have? Fantastic. Could I just grab the names, please, of who will be speaking against?
Sure. I'd ask it to be in this order.
Yep.
The first would be David Cook.
David Cook.
The second, Dr. Mick Badham.
Dr. Mick Badham.
Who's online.
Yep.
Third is Louise Larkin, who's online.
Louise Larkin, yep.
4 is Terry Kelly, who's here.
Yep.
5 is James Murray Pryor.
Yep.
6 is Garnet Brown Bill, who's online. And 7 is Hall Greenland, who's here.
Great, thank you. So I'll just confirm.
There are others, sorry. David Birds from Balmain and District Football Club.
But he's really for it, so let's
No, I'm
be
against the motion.
Okay. All right, David Birds, I'll add you 8. So just confirming Matthew Bowen is speaking for, and then Terry Reynolds and Martina Moffat, who are registered against, are happy to waive their speaking rights. Great. All right. In that case, we'll start with Matthew Bowen of Lewisham, who's speaking for, and then we'll run through that agreed list for against. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of Leichhardt Saints Football Club. It's a club that I first played for as a junior back in 1993, and now I'm privileged to be the president of. As of today, the club has over 1,100 players in the InnerWest area, and we are at absolute capacity. While other clubs and sporting codes may train more than once a week, that is simply not a luxury that we can even imagine. And we can have up to 12 teams training at one field at a time. As a club, we're not asking for special treatment. We're not even asking for parity with other sporting clubs and codes, but just the opportunity to close that gap. Our submission is that Balmain Road Sports Ground would be the best site for an all-weather surface, a belief we still hold after reviewing the community feedback. The reasons for this are provided in our submission. However, I did want to take the time to comment on some of the points raised in the feedback. We do note that Balmain Road Sporting Field was the only location of the 4 fields proposed that received no opposition from any other sporting codes and would not impact any other organised sports negatively. There was also some commentary that Balmain Road is too small to accommodate a full-size playing field. However, this is not quite correct, as we had 39 adult matches played there in 2023, a number that would have been significantly higher had the field not been deemed unsafe to play on by the Canterbury referees branch towards the end of the season. Balmain Road is also the only field of the 4 fields proposed with access to car parking, with over 90 spaces available during the field's hours of use. So any assertion that increased use would have an impact on residents is incorrect, given the ample parking available. Balmain Road sporting field represents an opportunity to deliver the all-weather surface that the local football community desperately needs, along with having the lowest impact on other sporting codes, residents and dog walkers of the 4 fields. I do want to finish by acknowledging that there is something that probably unites all the speakers and the feedback that came in on this matter, and that is that we do need to see improvements to the existing grass fields across the entire area of the north of the council. So no matter the outcome on this particular matter, I would urge council to take action on that matter. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. So we've heard from, I'm just checking, we've heard from David. No, I'll just start at the top. Louisa Larkin of Balmain.
No, we gave it a none.
Sorry, sorry.
David Cook.
Oh, no, sorry, I'll call the meeting to order. Grab a seat if you can, sir. Sorry, I'll ask you to take up your seat. But Matt just went. Okay, thank you. David Cook of Mossman. Wasn't expecting a Mossman submission.
Well, I didn't get lost getting here, so that's one good thing.
You did you go through the Rozelle interchange?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody, and also councillors. Thanks for hearing from me. The reason I've come this evening, I was on Mossman Council for 5 years. In my first year, the staff were going to put in some synthetic ovals, particularly on Middle Head Oval, which you might know is national parks and close to the harbour, which seemed sort of okay to me at the time, but we got tremendous blowback from the residents. I did a lot of research and started to say there's got to be a grass solution. And one of the speakers coming next is Dr. Mick Batten, who I found through the advice from the Soccer Association, who's laid a lot of fields. Now, Middle Head Oval now is considered by the AFL as one of the best playing surfaces in New South Wales, and it's grass. The difference is it's how you lay the grass and how you drain the grass and what sort of subsoil you put underneath the grass. I'm not going to take Mick Badham's sort of technical advice. I'm sure he's about to give it in a moment. So we've had that field for 4 years. I play touch football 3 times a week at 6:30 in the morning, occasionally play on that field, and I can assure you it's incredible. Now, the other good bit of news, the council, we have very good staff in Mossman, and they take good advice if they think it's good advice and works. And they've employed Mick ever since. And we've just reopened Balmoral Oval, which is 2 ovals, football ovals, and a cricket oval. And I played touch football there last Friday. It was the first day we were allowed to use it. And the boys that played said it's even better than Middle Head. It's absolutely like a bowling green. So the reason I've come tonight, I'm no longer on council, but I'm a great believer in just passing on information if I think it's useful to you. I encourage some of you, and if you want to get my name and meet me down there, go and have a look at the 2 ovals, and you'll be absolutely convinced that if they're laid properly, they can take the amount of traffic that you're looking for from your greens. So I hope that's of some use. My phone number and everything is with council. And if you want to come informally, even the mayor and the general manager said if you want to go as a formal group, they're happy to do it. But if you want to just phone me up, have a coffee and come down and have a look at it, I'm very happy to make myself available. Anyway, thank you for listening, and best of luck anyway on whichever way you go tonight in your final decision. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, David. I'm not much of a Mossman person, but the general manager, I reckon, would be keen to head over to Balmoral sometime soon. All right. Okay, number 2 in the required order from the speakers tonight is Dr. Mick Badham of Box Hill, another location I wasn't expecting to hear from anyone tonight. Who's online? Mick, are you there, Dr. Badham?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Are you representing an organisation?
No.
Just Box Hill.
If you build sporting fields correctly, they are all weather, which is the natural turf ones, and you can see this off an NRL game on TV. Synthetic turf, a full synthetic field, is not an all-weather pitch. I'm not aware of a single competition cricket that's being held on these fields. They're simply too hot, so they're not all weather. Even the ones with cork infield will get over 80 degrees on a hot day, and typically you'd have somewhere between 20 and 70, depending on how hot the year is, cancellation during the day as a result. A day for you where you would have cancellations if you went down that route. As you heard from David, you can handle very high levels of wear and have an all-weather pitch if you build it correctly. And Middlehead, I think that handles about 55 hours a week of sport, which is both soccer and AFL. And we did a survey of about 1,200 sporting fields here in the Sydney Basin, and actually 99% of them receive less than 45 hours a week. I'm quite familiar with the fields around Callum Park. I value the trees around. I do valuations of the trees around Callum Park and previously assessed Waterfront Oval. You're wondering why that field currently has drainage problems. When they laid the turf, it came in with a clay layer from the turf farm. That's why it doesn't drain. And that turf cultivar is an inferior turf cultivar, and the same with on the one up the Balmain Road one as well. It's an inferior turf cultivar. So you get a premium turf cultivar, gets soil right, and handle the wear. With regards to cost, if you build a best practice field, it'll cost you somewhere between $50 and $100 per square metre. So you're not building it the way you normally build it, you're building it correctly. $50 and $100 per square metre. A hybrid, which is it's about 90-something% natural turf and about 5 to 10% synthetic, it'll cost you about $250 per square metre. So somewhere between 2.5 and 5 times more expensive. And a full synthetic's about $350 to $400 per square metre. And by the way, that's about 1.5 times what it costs to reconstruct the MCG. And it's hard to justify economics like that on a community field, spending more than the MCG. So if you've got $7 million to spend, you can basically build 2 synthetic fields with a cricket pitch in the middle, which of course they can't play cricket on, and it's going to have cancellations over the summer. It should do, otherwise it's a safety issue. Or you could build almost 3 hybrid fields, or you could build somewhere between 7 and 14 best practice sporting fields. Now, if you don't have enough space on the site, obviously the Balmain Oval one is an example there. You could build the field of best practice and then put little patches in the goals that are hybrid turf. So that might be an area about as big as, say, a dining table or slightly bigger. So you've spent, you haven't overspent on a project and looked after the high traffic areas. Now, if you've got a field, some of those other fields down in that area, they've got enough space around them. If you just use movable goals, you don't need that hybrid patch. Simply just put the soccer field in a different place. And by the way, you use recycled organics to amend the soil so that the turf grows fast. So you can actually do things quite well.
Thanks very much, Dr. Badham. Can I just confirm, are you the same Dr. Badham as represents AG Enviro Solutions, specialising in providing advice on construction and renovation of sporting fields, golf courses and parks?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I work for AG Enviro. Well, I work for myself, basically.
So on the front of your website, it says our aim is to enhance turf growth and wearability whilst reducing water usage. So is that, I just ask again, are you speaking in a commercial capacity or in a Box Hill citizen capacity?
Oh, but I just get asked by some people as a turf expert, and I just volunteer my time quite often to help.
Okay, Sorry. Okay, thank you for explaining. Much appreciated. Our next speaker is Louisa Larkin of Balmain.
Thanks, Darcy. Hello, everybody. I'm here to speak on behalf of Callan Park dog lovers and the 2,000 members of our group. I should point out that even though that we are dog lovers, most of our members actually play some form of sport in Callan Park. Our position is that we support sport in Callan Park on natural grass playing fields. We object to synthetic or hybrid turf in Callan Park. We do thank the council for going through the process of asking the community feedback on this proposal. We are concerned, however, that the report's conclusion that synthetic turf is the favoured option is inaccurate because it does not acknowledge the impact of the emailed submissions on the overall picture. Now, respondents were offered a choice of ways to communicate their views, not just the online survey. Of the 203 emailed responses, 66% objected to synthetic or hybrid turf on sports fields, and of those who objected, 72% specified they did not want this kind of turf in Callan Park specifically. Now, that data has only just come through to me, and so I wanted to just raise that because I think it would be in everyone's interest if the report was revised with that information, because I think it creates a slightly different picture. Callan Park really is the wrong place, the wrong location for a synthetic or hybrid sports field. It is already at crisis point with lack of parking. It does not have the capacity to attract large crowds, let alone increase numbers of players. Callan Park is about a shared space. A synthetic or hybrid field will be fenced in, which excludes all other park users. Callan Park is a complicated place in terms of legislation, heritage and conservation protection, and nothing will proceed until the long processes of creating a management plan for Callan Park is concluded, which means this will be a very slow process. So I urge you to think that Callan Park is the wrong location for a sporting mecca. Such a facility belongs somewhere such as a sporting stadium or complex. In terms of next steps and positivity, I believe that more data is needed, such as costs of machinery to deal with hybrid turf, or annual maintenance costs of hybrid turf. I do think, though, I think it's really important that community groups...
Louisa, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Yes, should meet together with council to find a viable solution. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Louisa. Our next speaker is Terry Kelly of Newington.
Thank you very much, councillors, for letting me speak on this important matter. And whilst I may be now living in Newington, I was living in Annandale for many years and have been involved in the community cricket for 30 plus years. I represent both the InnerWest Harbour Cricket Association as well as the churches who utilise the facilities down at Waterfront Callan Park. The main thrust of my talk, though, is a defence of Waterfront Oval for over, as cricket has played there, for 140 years, not just 50 years. And its usage and whatever we can find a solution to the dilemma of providing a synthetic field for the soccer football people. But firstly, I would like to emphasise one aspect. My disgruntlement at the way the process of deciding on the field has been conducted by the council. The lack of community consultation, especially to the cricket community, is lamentable. Because cricket and the AFL have successfully lobbied for a new pitch at the controversial Rozelle Parklands site, and the BDFCE were denied a synthetic pitch in the same parklands. Their alternative approach, since WestConnect have donated $20 million, I believe, for an alternative surface in the municipality. We understand this has always been their intention, even if they got a pitch at the Rozelle Parklands. The Parklands site is barely big enough for the seniors cricket, let alone AFL. Also, the amenities block proposed is not sufficient for senior cricket use. The alternative sites proposed, Eastern Park, Leichhardt, Balmain Road site, one can only surmise as a ruse for the real thrust that being, and unfortunately for the cricket community, BDFC choose being waterfront. The cricket community feels that the obvious position is one that currently presents itself as a year-round option to the footballers, and that being Balmain Road, which we heard earlier. With the removal of the existing buildings at the end of that site, would give space needed to install the synthetic field big enough for senior and junior purposes. Plus the upgrade of waterfront to provide a first-class turf grass, as we've been spoken to here, for both cricket and football. The upkeep of the ground has been lacking by council. A surface that suits premier-style football and a higher level of cricket playing condition. Currently is not either of those. Cricket has been there for 140 years plus history at Waterfront Open.
Terry, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks, please.
I have a personal interest in it, and I played in that ground in my youth, and I feel that we need to have further consultation and investigation as to how the waterfront can be used for turf purposes only. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Terry. It's great to see you again. Just for clarity, there's been no contribution from WestConnects to the InnerWest Council or to sporting facilities. WestConnects is owned by Transurban. They haven't provided us a cent. What has been committed is funding from the New South Wales government. So we've been advocating for a long time to say that the facilities at the Rozelle Parklands weren't properly funded, and the new government has given a commitment of $20 million for sporting facilities in the area. We've got nothing from Transurban, mate, and we probably never will. Okay, our next speaker is...
Thank you for that point.
No problem. James Murray Pryor of Olympic Park. I'll tell you what, I don't think we've had many more tourists in our time.
Indeed, Mayor. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you, councillors, as well. I'm sure you don't get many state boarding representatives coming down for such a local issue. However, the local association and members have made it apparent this is really important to them, so we're here down supporting them here this evening. My name's James Murray Pryor, Cricket Manager for Inner Sydney from Cricket New South Wales. And tonight we're here standing in solidarity with the InnerWest Harbour Cricket Association, alongside the local clubs as well, which use Callan Park and Waterfront Park in Balmain South Sydney Cricket Club, Iron Cove Tigers Cricket Club and Leichhardt Wanderers Cricket Club, whose members have utilised this venue for a number of years, and they call it home for not only their training but for their broader community. We're here voicing our opposition to the proposed synthetic all-weather field at Callan Park. As Terry touched on, there's a long-winded history of cricket at the venue, dating back to the 1880s, which I'm not sure, just making sure you're all aware of that. And it has been there and has been established venue for the original foundation clubs, that being Balmain and District Junior Cricket Club being established at the venue in 1903 and Callan Park Cricket Club being established at the venue in 1907. Cricket has ever since continued to be played out at the venue and has been willing to compromise with council and the broader community. We've removed the turf pitch in favour of a synthetic pitch, and we share the amenities there with football. Cricket itself, we have 4,000 participants within the LGA, much of which are now beginning to be displaced to other LGAs because there is a growing, there's a decrease in the amount of adequate facilities for cricket users, particularly in facilities which are big enough to field those from the ages of under 15s and above. It was pleasing to hear that Leichhardt Saints provided a recommendation that Balmain Road be proposed as the alternate location for this, and it was good to hear that Leichhardt Saints also referenced that the venue would be big enough for football, as that is something we would be happy to compromise on in terms of an alternate location, because we do feel for football in terms of they are trying to do their best, and I give credit to football in that they are advocating hard for their stakeholders, but it cannot be at the demise of displacing more cricketers from the local area. With that being said, Mayor, Council, it is with that I wish Council to please consider what is best for the whole community and not simply one user group. Converting what is a multi-code venue into what would simply be a single code venue should not be the way this venue moves forward. And this was demonstrated through the feedback that 135 of the 200 individual responses are against the proposed synthetic grass at Cullinan Waterfront Park. Thank you, councillors, thank you, Mayor, for your time this evening, and thank you everyone for this opportunity here tonight.
To stay there for one tick. So just to clarify, you're representing Cricket New South Wales, is that correct?
Yes, and supporting InnerWest Harbour Cricket Association in that.
Understood. And so does Cricket New South Wales as the peak body have an interest in making use of the new Rozelle Parklands grounds that will be available this year?
Of course, Darcy, man. We'll use whatever facilities are available.
Okay. Well, have you made a submission to us in that regard?
Of using the facility as a state body, those local bookings...
Well, no, for cricket.
We'll have to wait for the venue to be online.
I'll call the meeting to order. I don't know who was interjecting there. There is still asbestos there, I can tell you. I've been checking pretty carefully.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I can just ask you to stop from interjecting for a moment. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, it's legitimate for councillors to ask questions of members of the public gallery, and I'm doing so in a positive way. Are there other facilities that could support the cricket community that you would like to see delivered in the immediate vicinity of the Rozelle Parklands?
What is the alternate option that council is proposing? I think cricket needs...
Consulting about the fact that we've got $20 million to improve Rozelle Parklands and deliver facilities that can't be delivered there. We've fought really hard to get it. You're saying you'd like to see cricket have more access to facilities, and I'm asking you as the representative of Cricket
Mr. Mayor, I think this discussion can be had later, really.
Sorry, Councillor Stamlis.
It's okay.
Sorry, Councillor Stamlis. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I'd like to invite you to make a submission to us about the facilities that you'd like to see delivered.
Of course, but there's also historical significance to the site.
No, I understand that. So I'm saying in addition to that, can we provide more facilities for you?
Of course, we're always open to more facilities.
Well, would you make a submission about that?
I would have to refer back to my team to provide that submission.
Excellent. I'll follow up with you about it.
Beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, and thank you, councillors.
Sorry, Councillor Stamlis. I think that's perfectly good and positive interaction and discussion. We want to make sure that this benefits every single code. I'll move on to the sixth speaker on this item. Now, I am going to encourage people. I know that everyone who's here on this item is very passionate, but it's unusual for us to allow this many speakers to one item. And there's a lot of other business to deal with tonight. So at the risk of offending Councillor Stamlis, I'm going to ask everybody to keep to time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Stamlis, I'll ask you to stop from interjecting. Garnet Brownbill of Tempe is our next speaker. Garnet, are you here?
I am there.
Garnet, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you the concerns community members of InnerWest Council have regarding the intended utilisation of the all-weather field, commonly called a plastic park, within the LGA. To provide some context, I'm a representative of the natural purple line. As such, I'm strongly opposed to the proposed installation of synthetic turf or plastic park throughout community space and parkland within the InnerWest. Clearly, given the community's apprehension, I'm not alone, and this is reciprocated across numerous other LGAs. Case in point, neighbouring City of Sydney Council, who are intending to use plastic materials throughout Mayoral Park, but due to the 89% of the population opposed to this intended plastic park, Council changed the proposal and instead have maintained natural grass surfaces at this location. Lane Cove Council, Waverley Council, Mossman Council, Bayside Council, and numerous other councils have also not progressed with intended synthetic turf installations and instead established moratoria, having listened to the broader community's concerns. This action by these councils is by no means an attempt to stop user groups from utilising community parkland and recreation space. Instead, it is ensuring a better option that provides for the whole community without the human health and environmental risks associated with plastic. No doubt tonight, councillors, you'll be told that young boys and girls, women and senior players are missing out, not able to play because they do not have plastic parks. This could not be further from the truth. Natural turf fields provide for the whole community, and when managed and maintained correctly, and soil assessments and amendments added, utilisation of suitable irrigation and drainage, these fields can withstand the rigours of football, cricket, ultimate frisbee, Oztag, rugby, AFL and nearly any other sport so desired by the various user groups wishing to play on the field. This is not the case with a synthetic turf field. In the reporting provided to Council, rugby union, rugby league, cricket, community groups, dog walkers and informal users are not supportive of this proposal. It is hard to comprehend why InnerWest Council would be interested in creating a mono-sporting culture whereby only one sporting body is able to utilise and access the intended field. Moreover, the soccer players and football club executives have stated that they actually prefer natural grass. Numerous social media posts clearly indicate the preference is always for natural grass as the best surface and what professionals want to play on, quote, unquote. Sam Kerr, Lionel Messi and too many other numerous players to mention have also indicated this. Why then is InnerWest Council not interested in providing their community the best there is? This being natural grass and what elite players demand. This is truly what sporting user groups want and as such should be the only focus for InnerWest Council moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Garnet. Okay, we're up to Speaker 7, Hall Greenland of Leichhardt, former Leichhardt councillor. Welcome, Hall.
I'm here tonight representing Friends of Cullen Park. We have been surprised that this issue has arisen at InnerWest Council. It's generally accepted that there is a need for plastics to be eliminated from our living environment on health and environmental grounds. And one of the worst features of plastic grass or synthetic fields is in all its iterations, is the output of microplastics. Each blade shrinks by 3 millimetres per year, and that's microplastics into the air and waterways. Also, these fields act as kind of heat sinks as well. We also all agree, I would have thought, that it's necessary to phase out the fossil fuel industry. And the plastic industry is a byproduct of that industry. I can't see any reason why we want to induce or give any kind of support to that industry. So synthetic fields or plastic grass, if you want to call it, does run against the common ecological wisdom of our times. And one would have thought that InnerWest Council would not be on the wrong side of history on this issue. There are already other councils in Sydney who have declared a moratorium on these plastic grass fields, as we just heard, and I would hope that InnerWest Council would join them. I know that sensitive to these environmental and health objections to plastic or synthetic grass, some people are pumping for hybrid fields, which are mostly natural grass. But they also involve elaborate engineering, a plastic carpet underlay, and the natural grass needs to be replaced every 2 or 3 years, according to the leading installer. The same installer, Powergrass, promises up to 14 hours of use per year, but the best natural turf exponents, such as Mick Badham, we heard tonight, have demonstrated similar or better results. When it comes to the public consultation on this exercise, we have to note that it was a distorted and inadequate exercise. Just 4 options were offered. There was no option of none of the above. It was a survey about the Rozelle Interchange fields, and this was tacked onto, and it was held over the summer period when people's attention was elsewhere. And we've heard from the cricket people who are historic users, they weren't consulted, that stakeholder. But even so, the results are inconclusive to say the least. In the question, we'd offered some choice for comments. There were 181 responses, 74 or 41 against. And when it came to the email responses, as Louisa has pointed out, the number against was 67%. When it comes to the sporting clubs, they are also divided. There is clearly no green light here for council, both on the grounds of public opinion or ecological and environmental concerns. The final 2 points the Friends would make is that the urgent challenges here, and this was made by the president of the Leichhardt Saints, are to increase the capacity of all fields for all sports and to increase the amount of public open space in the InnerWest, given that we have the 4th lowest ratio of open space per residence in the metropolitan area. Thank you, councillors. I look forward to you rejecting these fields. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hall. Our last speaker on this item is David Birds of Balmain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors, and the opportunity to speak this evening. Yes, my name's David Birds. I'm a member of the Balmain District Football Club Executive and the previous past president. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the club and our growing membership. We are currently registering players for the new season coming up. We've already got 3,100 players registered, and that includes over 1,100 girls and female players, women players. But despite being the largest community club in the country, and by far the largest in this council area, we don't have any access to an all-weather playing field, unlike some of the other clubs in the council area. I'm speaking concerning the report tonight about the results of the survey that the councillors have commissioned to identify the appropriate location for an all-weather playing field. As the report shows, the results of the survey are very clear. The community's choice is Waterfront Drive, and that's the home field of our club. Now, I'm not here to debate the demerits of an all-weather surface. We've referred to that in our submission. We've heard from a number of people's different assertions tonight from all corners of Sydney and beyond. What I am here to do is to talk about the merits of the proposal to provide a waterfront insofar as that's the best location. An all-weather surface there would give us a safe and durable surface to meet the needs of our members all year round, because football is a summer sport now. Our junior summer competition for 7 to 13-year-olds we held at Leichhardt 3 this summer had over 600 players. We regularly had to consider whether we could go ahead because of its poor state of repair. We had to consider cancelling because of safety reasons. Now, the state government's made $20 million available to provide facilities by council that can't be delivered at the rail yards. That includes an all-weather field. The survey results enable council to act now. We know they've shown that a suitable location is Waterfront Drive. These sum can be invested there. If a decision isn't made, there's a risk of losing it. We won't take that opportunity. The money could be spent elsewhere or lost from this council. Now, we're aware a number of voices propose an all-weather field anywhere in the council area. But the one thing I would note is that an all-weather surface, a waterfront, could be compensated by far more green space that will be provided by the demolition of our own grandstand, a number of other buildings that have already been knocked down at Waterfront Green, because that space will produce a net increase in green grass space. Beyond that, that might be lost to an all-weather field. So we consider it's really important that councillors take a positive step when they can now take a step to activate Callan Park, to stop overseeing it falling into further disrepair, make a positive step to support the community and endorse Waterfront Drive. We can work with the Greater Sydney Parklands Trust, as we are for our grandstand, our clubhouse
your remarks, David.
At the field. Please support us this evening.
Thanks very much. David, can I ask you one question as well? What is the club's opinion about what will happen in terms of participation of children and young people within your club if there isn't additional capacity provided through an all-weather surface or an additional field?
Well, we're already struggling to provide enough space for our players. We're already waitlisting players because we can't find enough fields. There's a strong risk we won't be able to continue to support our membership, which is growing organically. We don't seek to recruit players, they come to us. There's a risk we're not going to be able to accommodate them.
Thank you. I'll just ask one more question before going to Councillor De Cruz. Is there any gender disparity between the players who are being turned away? Is it equal between boys and girls, or is it more impactful on one gender or the other?
Well, our greatest challenge is fields on Sundays when our girls and women play. They're particularly at risk. Ironically, they're our numbers that are increasing the greatest and the ones that we're starting to waitlist because we're concerned we can't accommodate them.
Thank you. Councillor De Cruz?
It's great to hear that your sport, that football of the round sort has become so popular. And I heard recently that a little boy asked, is there a boys' Matildas team? But it's good to hear that you're playing in summer. Can you actually specify which months they are and what condition, if it's too hot, what your sort of guidance is to your playing? And noting that the synthetic fields will be even hotter.
I'll put that question to Mr. Birds.
Football New South Wales provide general guidelines for when football can be played in certain temperatures across the state. You'll see they included a submission in our support. We didn't bring them along, but yeah, there isn't a process that's followed, but the all-weather fields and the modern technology, which don't have such a high risk of high temperatures, is something that would be considered as it would be for any field. There's a concern on our part that a number of comments we made tonight about different technological issues. As one expert mentioned, you can have a 95% grass hybrid surface, which I've mentioned at other meetings to council. We're not here to debate that. We could bring our own experts along. We didn't think that was appropriate. I just came along to talk about our field being the most suitable one to choose.
Thanks very much, Mr. Birds. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item 40, Notice of Motion Trans Day of Visibility Rally, and that speaker is Wei Tai Haynes of Ashfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm speaking today as a young transgender person who is very proud to have lived in the InnerWest Council for the last 5 years. I'd also like to mention that I'm here not alone, but speaking alongside some friends of mine who are also LGBT. I'd like to speak to the Council to really heavily consider the importance of this motion tonight in lieu of what has happened in the last week, but also what has been happening broadly around LGBT people, locally and interstate and around this country. Obviously, I think a great many of you will be aware of the events that have transpired in and around Mardi Gras concerning the death and murder of Luke Davies and Jesse Beard this past week, and just how much that has ripped through our community and really affected our well-being and welfare. I'd also imagine a lot of you are aware of what happened in Cumberland Council last week, in which 100 quite vicious bullies protested and successfully appealed to the Cumberland Council to remove drag from public spaces in that council. And I guess the thing to highlight about that is it's not a question of whether drag is at all culturally relevant to Cumberland, but it's a question of whether LGBT people have the right to public life. And Cumberland Council last week voted resoundingly that LGBT people are not welcome in public life. The motion before you today is one about community solidarity and inclusion, and I think it is important more than ever to really indicate to some of the most marginalised folks in this community that it is us as a council and as the InnerWest that we stand with those young marginalised people and that we support them and that we want the best for their future, and this motion aims to do so. There are a number of political things in and around LGBT rights right now, both supporting our rights and also going against our rights. One of the things that this motion that Liz has put forward speaks to is the Equality Bill, which stands to improve the livelihoods of all LGBT people in the state by doing things like ending conversion therapy, repealing mandatory HIV testing laws around people that have been arrested by the police, supporting sex worker rights and demanding that they are recognised on the ADA. These are all things that stand to impact and benefit many members of our community, and by supporting this motion, you are standing in solidarity with that community, and you're also telling the State Labor Party that delaying this bill any further is actually a great travesty and a great slap in the face to some of the most marginalised LGBT people in this country. I'd like to also ask that you consider, even in components, the aspects of this motion today. There is a proposal to fly the transgender flag on the day of transgender visibility. I think this is a really amenable and supportable idea, one that displays solidarity and community and support for transgender people. The other thing that is proposed is community inclusion by way of supporting trans day visibility by bringing
I'll move an extension of time.
By putting up stalls at Transday Visibility, I think this is a great way to build and integrate community and bring people together, and by doing so, really encourage everyone to foster a sense of community and shared spaces. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, the last item for which, thanks very much, Wade. The last item for which we have speakers is item 42, extending the swimming season at Fanny Durack. The first speaker is Jaroslaw Jeremy Urbaniak. Did I get it right? No. Can you correct me, please? I apologise.
Yes, hello everyone. Good evening. My name is Jeremy, or otherwise it's Jaroslaw Urbaniak. This is my debut in front of this body, so bear with me. I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah, it's like I mentioned, my name is Jeremy, and I'm here to support the notion of extending Fanny Durack Aquatic Centre season time. I'm a resident of the InnerWest community, a long-term member of the centre, and there's a number of reasons why I believe this aquatic centre should be extended. It's not just a simple pool, but it's also a community centre. People don't go just there for a simple swim, but every weekend I can see large gatherings of families having birthday parties or just to get-togethers. Me personally, I like to unwind after work and take the edge of, have a bit of an exercise, and it's great for mental health. Like to bring the friends along and invite them to have a swim. Therefore, I would like to express as much as I could extending the season at the Fanny Durack. That will be a great benefit, not just to the members, but to the entire community. Mentioning also the El Nino year, meaning climate change means hotter weather and longer summers. This summer, for example, has already seen the maximum temperatures that were 1.9 degrees warmer than a long-term average, with tomorrow weather also predicted to be around 30 degrees. I don't know if everyone's got their air conditioning at home, but I find it very relaxing having a swim and going back home where perhaps there isn't air conditioning, and it does feel a little easier. The lifeguards are full on board and having to support that notion of extending the season. I understand that there are maybe logistical and financial concerns with extending the season. However, with proper planning and consideration and with aquatic team, overcoming these challenges could become beneficial to the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. And our last speaker is Naomi Cooper of Lewisham, who's online.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. As a resident of Lewisham, close to Petersham Park, I've been swimming laps at Fanny Durack Aquatic Centre at least once a week since the beginning of the season in October. And I was just starting to lament the fact that the pool would be closing in a few weeks' time, and I wouldn't be able to swim there again until October, when I saw that this motion was being moved in front of council this evening. From personal experience, this pool has been immensely beneficial to my own physical and mental health. As an outdoor pool in the park, it's a really special combination of sunshine and trees and water, and all of these are really important for my well-being. As the pool is heated, it's suitable for all year-round swimming, and I'd really love to see the swimming season extended through autumn, winter, and spring. Being close to where I live has made all the difference in me being able to easily access the pool, as I can walk rather than having to drive to another suburb. So I can easily swim during my lunch breaks when I'm working from home, or I don't have to try to rush out and squeeze a swim in at the end of my working day. So living close to the Fanny Durack Aquatic Centre has really made it possible for me to actually incorporate lap swimming into my regular routine. So I really appreciate that council is considering this possibility, and I hope that you do consider not only extending the season, but also possibly even the hours that the pool is open, so maybe a little bit later into the evening, so that it's easier to get some swimming time in for those of us that work till 5 or 5:30 to be able to swim in the evening as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much, Naomi. That concludes the speakers from the gallery tonight. So we'll now move on to There are no condolence motions, so we'll move on to the mayoral minutes.
Mr Mayor, there is a condolence motion.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Who's got a condolence motion?
Councillor Sadoulias.
Councillor Sadoulias.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It is a great privilege to contribute to this condolence motion for Father Nikolaos Bozikis. I acknowledge his spouse, Presbytera, and 5 children, Anastasia, Rubina, Denise, Christina, and Peter, their partners and extended family who are listening online. I extend my condolences to you all and those of the Greek community. Father Nikolaos was born in Zakynthos in 1944 and emigrated to Australia in 1964, having settled in Sydney in 1970. It was in Sydney that he was ordained to the priesthood and where he dedicated over 50 years of his life to serving as a priest. Father Nikolaos served at the Holy Cross in Wollongong, St Spiridon in Kingsford, St Stephanos in Helston Park, and lastly at St Nicholas in Marrickville. He was only supposed to be at Marrickville 6 weeks, despite health challenges, but he loved and adored the community so much that he served at Marrickville for 6.5 years. In 2018, Father Nikolaos announced his retirement and embarked on a new chapter of service, travelling throughout the InnerWest to conduct services, offer counsel and pastoral care. For decades, Father Nikolaos did voluntary work as a police chaplain in the New South Wales Police Service. He would offer spiritual and moral support to the Greek Orthodox police officers. He would also frequent the sick in hospital and bless all the patients, regardless of faith. In addition to his devotion to his parish and community, his family was the cornerstone of his life, providing him with an unwavering love and support throughout his journey of faith and service. He would frequent the family's patisserie, Honey and Walnut, in Dulwich Hill, and was treated like a celebrity. He would often be seen sitting at the front, drinking coffee and offering guidance and strength to all that knew him. I also had the pleasure of knowing Father Nikolaos for over 25 years. I valued the conversations I had with him. His spiritual guidance will always be something I will always be grateful for. Father Nikolaos had baptised both my children at St Nicholas in Marrickville. He had also presided over the funeral of my late father and my late husband, Emmanuel Sadoulias. He was also by my side on the evening Emmanuel passed away, and I will never forget the strength and courage he offered me during this time of grief. The night before the opening of Little Greece, Father Nikolaos called me to wish me the best of luck and was sincerely sorry he couldn't attend. He was so proud of Little Greece being in Marrickville. He always told me to stand proud and never forget where you come from. But 2 months before his passing, he sent me a very long text. I called him back straight away and his words were vague and blurred. I knew at that point something was amiss. It was then on the 13th of February 2024 that he passed at the age of 79. Though Father Nikolaos may no longer be with us, his spirit lives on in the lives he touched, the hearts he uplifted, and the legacy of love and compassion he leaves behind. As we mourn his loss, let us also celebrate the remarkable life of a man who dedicated himself wholeheartedly to serving others and spreading the light of his faith to all who needed it. Farewell, Father Nikolaos, you will be sorely missed.
Yes. Well said, Councillor Sadoulias. Councillor Sadoulias is moving that Council record our sadness for the passing of Father Nikolaos Bozikis and write to the Bozikis family expressing our condolences. And secondly, that Council plant a tree in his honour and a plaque with the words to be determined by the family at a location to be determined in consultation with the Bozikis family. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'm sure that Father Nikolaos would be very proud to have had such an honourable tribute made to him tonight as well. Okay, we'll now move on to the mayoral minutes, of which there are 2 tabled tonight. The first is in relation to Rozelle Parklands. On the 15th of January, the Environment Protection Authority issued a clean-up notice to Transport for New South Wales in respect of the Rozelle Parklands after asbestos was discovered in landscape mulch there. The clean-up notice required Transport for New South Wales to remove the mulch by the 29th of January. Subsequently, Council made repeated representations to Transport and their contractors about the need to properly resource and staff the clean-up works, and expressed ongoing concerns that insufficient resources were being dedicated to meeting the EPA deadline. Since that time, and due to the slowness of the removal of the mulch, the EPA on the 28th of February varied the notice to extend the period of compliance to the 28th of March, giving reasons which were articulated in their amendment. Council last week issued John Holland and CPB, who have been contracted to build the M4 to M8 motorway, Rozelle Interchange and Rozelle Parklands, with notices of intention to issue a clean-up notice to also undertake clean-up action as occupiers of the parklands. The council draft notices required both of those contractors to provide representations as to why the council should not proceed and issue the final Section 91 clean-up notices to remove the mulch. On the 1st of March, John Holland and CPB provided representations that the EPA is the appropriate regulatory authority to enforce the clean-up action rather than council. Council has assessed those submissions and the General Counsel has advised that he agrees that they are technically correct. Council has also met with the EPA to discuss the slowness in the clean-up of the Rozelle Parklands and has now scheduled weekly update meetings with the EPA in respect of the progress of that clean-up. Council has asked the EPA for information and clarification as to the amount of tonnages of contaminated mulch that have been removed, what remains, and how much will be removed each week to meet the new 28 March deadline. Just seek a brief extension of time. Second, moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith. I'll put that up 1 minute. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. To date, the slowness by Transport for New South Wales, together with their contractors in removing the contaminated mulch, has been unacceptable. The InnerWest community has endured a lot in terms of impacts during the construction of the Rozelle Interchange and is continuing to experience significant impacts now. The Council considers that the EPA has not been proactive as an environmental regulator. As such, it is open to the Council to continue to act in the best interests of the community and to initiate further regulatory action through an orders regime in the Local Government Act in respect of public health and safety. To that end, I move that Council make use of the power available to it under the Local Government Act to enforce and expedite the clean-up of asbestos contamination in the Rozelle Parklands and surrounding areas. And the General Counsel is available to answer questions, and I'm happy to address any questions that councillors might have or to address them in my right of reply. Is there anyone who wishes to address the motion? Councillor Lockie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't disagree for a moment that we need faster action at the Rozelle Parklands. I'll just throw in a reference to St Peter's Interchange Parklands as well, which is another area where I think the InnerWest community has been very let down by the EPA and the regulatory regime around these projects. If I can just ask a question through you to the General Counsel, Mayor, given that we have that commentary about that we assess the submissions from the joint venture in response to that initial notice of intent and agreed they were technically correct, I was just wondering if our General Counsel could brief us on what powers are available to us under the Local Government Act that would allow us to take further legal action.
Thank you for that. I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The powers are found under Section 124 of the Local Government Act. In that particular section, there are a series of orders the Council can avail itself to enforce certain things to be done. One particular order is what's known as Order 21, dealing with public health and safety.
Thank you for that. Did you have a further question?
Yeah, I might just ask, given that the EPA would normally have the right to be the regulator under the Protection of the Environment Act, do we actually have the right to take this action under the Local Government Act when the EPA has those powers under a different act?
I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Yes, the Council does have those powers. There's no inconsistency between the Protection of the Environmental Operations Act and the Local Government Act.
Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz.
Sorry. Yes, I mean, this is shocking and it's amazing that it was just the tip of the iceberg that was discovered in the InnerWest in these parklands, but it's certainly extensive and throughout Sydney and I think it's been found in the ACT and now in Queensland, and I suspect the other states are just not testing it. I walked through this Parklands a few times, and really
Point of order, Mayor. It's hard to see the question here at this point.
I think it's a comment, so I'm going to allow Councillor De Cruz to continue to speak to the motion.
So I think there was so walking through the Parklands, there were actually an interesting area to walk through, and it made the other side of the rail yards very close to Annandale. But actually, the problem was that we've been told it's actually safe as long as it's not touched. And to that point, I'm not quite sure what the health and safety aspect is that we're looking at, because I will also say that I've stopped walking. Well, you can't walk through the Parklands anymore, but I'm still walking through the Annandale foreshore and through Harold Park, where there's extensive fenced off areas saying asbestos has been found. And so, but it's only fenced off, it's not netted or anything. So I think the concern is that this has been going on for a very long time. And I think we've already, in fact, even said in our own mulch, we found that there is possible contamination. We just haven't been notified by the EPA yet. But I think the City of Sydney has tested their mulch and their grounds and has actually fenced off a lot of areas. And a park in Glebe, they've said no asbestos has been found, which is pretty amazing. So my question is about the safety and the cleanup, because it is actually during the process of laying the asbestos and picking it up that is at risk, that puts the community at risk. So it's actually, my question is about that. What is the risk with it staying there for longer? I mean, I know we'd like to get access to these grounds, but the scale of this problem is phenomenal, and I think we could end up putting people at risk, at greater risk, by rushing a job.
Okay, Councillor De Cruz has concluded her remarks and posed a question at the end of it. I'll put that question to the council officers.
Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand the intent of this mayoral minute and most likely will vote for it. But I share the concerns of Councillor De Cruz, and I've expressed them before. I think any pressure to expedite this in a way that might see the job not done properly would be alarming to us. We've experienced the problem already where it's been closed, it will be closed for up to 2 months to clean this up. We need to make sure that, provided the delays are not excessive, that it gets done, and it gets done properly. And I wouldn't like to put undue pressure on to see that that isn't done. And I think there's a big missing element to this mayoral minute. I think it's time we took this issue to the Minister. It would be wonderful if the Mayor and General Manager would meet with the Minister to cover off on these issues, the impacts on the InnerWest and even wider Sydney itself, and also for the Minister to take action. I think we need to be confident within Sydney, within the InnerWest, and wherever these projects are done in future, that supply chain will not be contaminated in future. And I think that, to me, is a ministerial responsibility. And Mr Mayor, you may wish to add that that the Mayor and General Manager meet with the Minister to discuss a range of issues as a result of this contamination episode.
I'm not sure which Minister you're referring to, but if you provide that wording to the minute taker, then I'm happy to, I'm open to incorporating
Minister for Environment, I think it's Ms Sharp. Yeah.
Can you provide the wording to the minute taker, please, Councillor?
Sorry?
Could you provide the wording to the minute taker? Councillor Stamoulis, with respect, I will remind you that essentially every amendment that you have moved in this term of council, I've had to remind you that you do have to provide the wording to the minute taker. That's actually how the process works. It's not their job just to pick the words out of the air. You've got to write them down. Okay. Any further amendment to the motion, or anyone who wishes to speak against it? If not, I'll just wait for Councillor Stamoulis' amendment to be tabled. You're happy if we use the words request to meet because we can't direct the Minister for the Environment? Happy to incorporate that. That's incorporated into the primary motion. Any further amendment? If not, yes, Councillor De Cruz.
Dare I ask for the Federal Minister responsible as well as the State Minister?
There is no Federal Minister responsible.
I think there is for the circular economy.
The what? No, I won't incorporate that. Okay. I'll just make a brief right of reply. I don't agree at all with the depiction of Councillor Stamoulis that pushing for the expedited remediation of this site is in some way seeking to, it would in some way endanger whether the remediation would take place properly. In fact, if you look at the order that was issued, the interim notice that was issued from Council to John Holland and CPB, there was a lot more detail in that and prescription in that about how the remediation of the site must be verified, how the waste, the contaminated mulch must be disposed of. There was more detail from the Council order than there was from the EPA. So you could argue that actually what Council's been, well, I would argue that what Council's been doing through the issuing of those notices is stepping up the verification process for ensuring that the remediation takes place properly. But the truth is that the reason it's taken too long is John Holland and CPB have under-resourced the clean-up effort. It's not that they're trying to do it really, really well and we shouldn't push them too fast. It's that they haven't employed enough staff to clean it up to meet the legal deadline that was imposed by the EPA. And I do think it's very frustrating that the environmental regulator has, instead of enforcing that order and maybe issuing fines, that'll get their attention. That's one thing that really gets their attention. Instead to have issued a month-long extension for a clean-up project that we still have no definitive timeline for when it will be completed and the park will be reopened. Well, I make no apology for insisting on a faster timeline, and I don't agree that that compromises public safety. In fact, the opposite is true. So I'll now put that motion, which Councillor Stamoulis has foreshadowed that he would vote for, and I'll ask everyone who is in favour to please raise their hands. All those against? That's been carried unanimously.
Mayor, can I move a procedural motion just so I can declare a conflict of interest on item 36?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I would just like to declare a conflict of interest on item 36, which is InnerWest Schools Active Travel. I'm currently recently employed by the New South Wales Department of Education, and I'm not quite sure if they're involved in this grant program, and I haven't been able to find out. So I will remove myself from the chamber during that discussion.
Okay. Has that wording been tabled with the minute taker? Councillor Griffiths? Has the wording of your declaration been tabled with the minute taker?
No.
Can I ask you to do so, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's on the screen for us now. Will someone move the acceptance of that declaration? Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor De Cruz. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. It brings us to the last mayoral minute, which is in regards to the InnerWest brewing sector. Councillors will be aware that over the past decade, this sector has become one of the defining elements of our local nighttime economy, particularly in Marrickville and Newtown and more and other adjoining suburbs. Craft breweries provide hundreds of local jobs, space for community events and cultural activity, as well as attracting tourists to come to the InnerWest. Marrickville and neighbouring suburbs are now rightly recognised as the craft brewing capital of Australia. Recently, the cost of living crisis, debt overhang from the pandemic and other economic factors have meant that many of our local craft brewers have faced financial difficulties. and it is important that for the InnerWest, that this sector remains viable and strong into the future. So I propose that Council, in partnership with the InnerWest Brewers Association, hold a forum to discuss the challenges and opportunities for the craft beer sector in the InnerWest. The forum is to be held at a local craft brewery with a summary of the discussion to be reported to an ordinary council meeting. So I'll move that way. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it?
Hello, Mayor. Yes, I just have a question. I mean, Mariple's really renowned for its gin distilleries as well, and I'm just wondering if there was a reason why you didn't include them.
Only because I haven't had direct feedback about the challenges that they're facing, but I'd be happy to incorporate them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. So the motion would now read that Council, in partnership with the InnerWest Brewers Association, hold a forum to discuss the challenges and opportunities for the craft beer and distilling sectors, gin distillery sectors in the InnerWest. Can I ask that those words be incorporated, please? Thank you. That's perfect. Is there any further amendment? Councillor Stamoulis, then Councillor De Cruz.
Just a question to you, Mr. Mayor. Supporting the forum in the first sentence, that's fine. So what's the intent of a report coming back to council? What's your intent with that? Thank you.
That we would understand what the challenges and opportunities facing the sector are.
And?
I've answered your question. Okay, thank you for that. There's no further discussion. Councillor De Cruz.
So I just had a question of why the InnerWest Brewers have been singled out and not any other small businesses in the InnerWest facing cost of living challenges.
I think it's self-explanatory in the comments that I've made, and I'm happy to leave it there.
Okay.
Any further amendment? If not, I'll waive my right of reply and I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried with Councillor De Cruz against. Okay, that concludes the mayoral minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
to move a procedural motion
Yes, Councillor Scott,
that we consider a number of items in globo.
please do.
They have been provided to the minute taker, and I'd ask you to go through them one by one if
Okay,
you
thank you
wouldn't
for that.
mind.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. So we've got a list of items on the screen, 15 of them, which have been proposed for adoption en bloc. I'm going to go through each of them. Could people just sing out and let me know if they oppose the item being moved en bloc? Item 13, investment report. Item 14, investment report. Councillor De Cruz and Councillor Stamoulis have requested that item 14 be removed. Item 15, FOGO monthly report. Councillor De Cruz objects to that. Item 19, update on key traffic issues in Marrickville Ward. That can go in. Item 20, progress report, proposed pedestrian bridge over Dobroyd Parade. Item 27, perfect match, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander participation. Taken out. Item 28, arts and music recovery plan bi-monthly update. Item 29, reconciliation. Item 36, notice of motion, InnerWest Schools active
Sorry,
travel.
Mayor, I'd like to just move that myself. I won't be verbose.
That's removed. Item 37, notice of motion, drag story time. Item 41, early childhood education and care workers. Item 42, extending the swimming season at Fanny Durack. Item 44, Newtown Street Party. Item 45, Mardi Gras Fair Day. And item 46, bird protection at Marrickville Metro. I actually would like to discuss that. I don't insist on it being taken out. But
Mayor,
no.
Mayor, can I put an amendment and seek to add in item 39? Out of time.
I do not accept that amendment.
Okay, that's not incorporated. Okay, we had quite a long list and now it's not so long. It's moved, that procedural motion is moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. All those in favour? Against? declare that carried unanimously. Could I ask the officers to provide me, please, with a list with the items that have been adopted removed so that I can try to keep track?
Could I move a procedural motion, please,
Yes.
that given the interest in item 22 and the people still hanging around to listen to it, that we might move that one forward?
Okay, Councillor Shetty is moving a procedural motion to bring item 22 forward. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated. Which bring... Sorry?
We want to go home.
So, sorry, no, my mistake. I should have reminded everybody at the conclusion of the public gallery. The proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube, and so you're able to head home and to watch them online. You're more than welcome to stay here, of course, but we can't guarantee that the items will be dealt with in the order that they're listed in the agenda, because we have such a big agenda and we're up to 8. We've been going for almost 2.5 hours and we haven't dealt with anything other than the mayoral minutes and the public gallery as yet. We may need to adjust the agenda. So I'm sure that that's frustrating for you, but that's the nature of the meeting.
A bit of courtesy would be appreciated. There's a bunch of us here for item 22.
With great respect, I'll ask, and we've known each other a long time, but I ask you to stop interjecting, and I would request that as a courtesy as well. Okay, so we're on to item 2, update on the development of InnerWest Museum of Rugby League at Leichhardt Oval. I will move the officer's recommendation, but with an amendment, which I'll speak to and then provide quickly to the officers. I would like to propose that we open an expression of interest process from interested local organisations to be involved in the planning of the InnerWest Museum of Rugby League. And by which I mean, I think obviously it would be good to have the involvement. It would be good to have the involvement of the Newtown Jets, the Balmain Tigers Rugby League Club, West Magpies, and a variety of other local stakeholders who have memorabilia and an obvious interest in the history of rugby league in the area. So I will move the officer's recommendation with that amendment. I'll supply that wording to the minute taker. I think I did at the last meeting, but I'm not sure if it's still around. Okay, I didn't. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Excuse me, I've been living...
Seconded by Councillor Scott.
Thank
you. Sorry, sir. With great respect, I'll ask you to stop interjecting.
Nobody's talking to us.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. With great respect, I'll ask you to stop interjecting in the meeting.
Taking my home away from me.
Sir, with great respect, I'll ask you...
What respect is that?
Okay, sir, I'll ask again. I'll ask you... Sir, you're in breach of the Code of Meeting Practice. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting, and if you can't do that, I'll ask you to leave the gallery.
On the registry, that's...
Okay, sir. With great respect, I'm going to ask you to leave the gallery if you can't stop interjecting.
Mayor, can I put a procedural motion that Sir be allowed to speak?
Councillor, okay, I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Griffiths is seeking to move a procedural motion. Please proceed.
Yeah, that Sir in the public gallery, who sees a degree of passion about this item, is allowed to tell us his concerns for 2 minutes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? It's seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. Now, I'm going to seek advice from council officers. As you know, this item was listed at the last council meeting. My understanding is that under the Code of Meeting Practice, that was the opportunity for someone to register to speak to the item. It's not allowable under the Code of Meeting Practice for someone to turn up at a subsequent meeting where the matter has been held over and to speak from the gallery. And the gentleman, I don't believe, was registered, but I'll seek advice from the Manager of Governance about that.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. This item was part of the public forum for the previous meeting.
Okay, so given that that is out of keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice, I'm going to rule that procedural motion out of order. Obviously, it's open to you to move a motion of dissent in that ruling.
And I will, because I think a decision of council is binding.
I'll call the meeting to order with great respect. Councillor Griffiths is moving. So I have ruled that the procedural motion is out of order because it's not in keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice. That's been supported by the advice of the Manager of Governance. Councillor Griffiths is moving a motion of dissent in that ruling. As everyone's aware, The motion will now be put. If it's carried, then the ruling will be reversed. If not, we'll get on with the business, and I hope that everyone can adhere to the code of meeting practice from there. I'll put the, sorry, is there a seconder for the motion of dissent? Seconded by Councillor Shetty. I'll put that. All those in favour? There's 7 in favour. All those against? There's 8 against. That has been defeated. We'll now move on with the meeting, and I'll ask for everybody's cooperation in adhering to the code of meeting practice. So we're up to item 2.
Won't be told. I live in there to
Okay.
that meeting you talk
Sir,
about.
I'm going to ask you to leave the gallery, given that you are deliberately disrupting the meeting. The matter has been determined in regards to the procedure. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a period of 3 minutes and ask that you leave the gallery, please. I'll ask the councillors to leave the chamber, please, for the adjournment. for the InnerWest Museum of Rugby League. Is there anyone else who wishes to further amend the motion? If not, I'll put that.
I'd like to ask a question.
I've got Councillor Atkins and then Councillor De Cruz.
Thank you. Through Mayor to the officers. Obviously, we heard the gentleman just then who is the current tenant, and we have seen his email that he sent to us all. I don't need advice about whether we can extend or remove him. I understand that this is Crown land and he can't have a tenancy anymore. I just would like to know, and I'm not going to ask what, because I understand some of these things are confidential. Are we doing anything or everything we can to assist these people who are being evicted from their home of 20 years?
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, yes, I can advise and confirm that a range of services from various teams within council have offered their support in a relocation.
Thank you for that. Any further, sorry, Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, I think this is a tragic sequence of events that in the housing crisis we're evicting someone from their home, and while council may not be in a position, I think the state government will be in a position to provide alternative housing, and that this is actually Crown land, which maybe the officers can clarify is owned by the state government or federal government.
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks and you can put the question
one
at the
other
end.
okay, so the other comment I had was walking on the streets of Annandale, I came across member 1129 Balmain Leagues Club, Rugby Leagues Club, membership from member tag from 1974 to 75, which I'm very happy to donate should we ever get the museum going. But I think that the proposal to establish a museum in this location without actually having the people actually pushing for the museum would actually is actually optimistic. So I don't think I support this motion, and I'm actually concerned for the residents. So I'd like advice from the officers about the Crown land and the other uses.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. The state government owns Crown land, but council is the Crown land manager.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further amendments or clarifications? Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I just wonder if the relevant officer could refresh us as to why we would place a museum outside the grounds of the oval itself. It's pretty unusual to have it down the block, isn't it? I think for most sort of sporting facilities, you'd have it on site there for the patrons. So I'm just, if you could just refresh me, thanks.
Well, I'll note that you voted for it when you adopted unanimously the master plan, but I'll put that question to the council officers.
Thank you for noting that, Mr Mayor.
Well, you don't want to be in a hypocritical situation. I'll put that question to the officers. How was the property identified for use for the museum?
Sorry, through you, Chair. I thought the question was, why is the building outside of the oval?
I think that, well, I'll ask Councillor Stamoulis to restate the question then. You're going to need to move a little bit closer to the microphone. Councillor Stamoulis, do you want to restate it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ordinarily, these sort of facilities are within the club rooms, within the ground, within the field. You wouldn't put them a block or two down the road or whatever.
I'll ask you just to pose the question, Councillor Stamoulis.
Okay, then. Why did we choose to have it outside the field? And in particular, as we're going to make major changes in the future and upgrades, this should be part of it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are you clarified with the question now? Great. Do you want to proceed with answering it, please?
Through you, Chair. Historically, the caretaker's residence was part of Leichhardt Park, which is part of the bigger curtilage. So it's always been part of Leichhardt Park, and it's always been associated as the caretaker's unit with the oval.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any further questions or clarifications or amendments? If not, I'll make a very brief right of reply. We all voted for the Leichhardt Oval Master Plan not very long ago. I'm pretty sure the vote was unanimous. There was an opportunity for councillors to have input into the use of the facility. It is unfortunate that the long-term tenant is not able, under Crown lands regulations, to continue to live there, but it is good that council's been able to provide the property at such a low cost over such a long period of time. I think we would all agree that public facilities belong to the public, and that if the elected government determines that they want to make use of the facility for a public benefit, that that is appropriate and good. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried with councillors Stamoulis, Shetty, Griffiths, Langford, Atkins and De Cruz against. That has been carried 9-6.
Mayor, may I move item 3, the Traffic Committee, with
You may.
amendment, please?
Please proceed.
So I would like to thank the Traffic Committee for its ongoing deliberations in relation to traffic matters in the community. I'm stalling while my amendment comes up. And I'm really pleased that the committee has worked hard on the question of the traffic around and the pedestrian safety around Cardinal Freeman Village. What we know is we have an increasing age population, particularly in the older part of Ashfield, and it's not just the residents of Cardinal Freeman, but those people around there are increasingly finding it difficult to walk around the suburbs and the streets. So I am calling for us to expedite the delivery and commit to the works coming ahead in quicker fashion. I would also just really like to place my thanks to our officer Manud, who has, and the other, his staff, who have worked really carefully with the residents and the elderly people around Cardinal Freeman Village over a period of time and come up with something which will be of great assistance, and particular assistance to those people who are sight impaired in that facility, and will allow that facility to have more people who are sight impaired, because then they'll be able to get out and about and enjoy the community. So I move the minutes with that amendment, and thanks to Manud and the traffic team.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury.
Can I second that?
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Griffiths.
Can I ask Councillor Drury a clarifying question before we move on to Councillor Griffiths, who I'm sure has salient points to make? Councillor Drury, would you intend that points 3 to 5 of that motion are actually sub-points A to C of point 2, and perhaps the minute takers could adjust the amendment accordingly?
Well spotted, yes.
Okay, that's incorporated. Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, I'd like to second the motion, and I will make a few salient points through my amendments, which can be placed on the screen.
I'll ask the minute takers to display those, please.
And I believe point 2 can be taken out, because actually I'm going to amend point 2 in light of Councillor Drury's motion, just to include continued consultation with Guide Dog New South Wales and other stakeholders from there on, if that's possible. Thank you, officers. Yeah, and in putting these amendments, I'd just like to recognise the outstanding advocacy of everyone in the communicating who advocates for safer streets, from the people who addressed the gallery last meeting about the traffic and pedestrian safety issues around the Ashfield Mall, which accumulates in point 1 of my amendment. I'm sure many ward councillors have been approached by residents concerned about rat runs, feeling unsafe around this area of Ashfield, and also paying tribute to those residents of Cardinal Freeman, including Gisele, who's come here with her guide dog Giselle, sorry. And yeah, what an outstanding advocate. So that's come from conversations with her. Mr. Mayor.
Bless you. Councillor Howard.
I just have a further amendment. I guess.
Well, hold on. We'll need to deal with Councillor Griffiths' amendment first. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Drury, do you wish to incorporate Councillor Griffiths' amendments? I can ask you to consider that while I return to the general debate.
Mayor, may I ask a question through you to the Manager of Governance?
Yep.
Whether items that Councillor Griffiths has proposed require a return to the Traffic Committee?
I'll put that question to the Manager of Governance.
Generally, that would be the practice that we would take, yes.
So Councillor Griffiths, are you proposing that they be referred to the Traffic Committee for investigation?
I'm happy to put it to the April or May Traffic Committee, which, if that appeases Councillor Drury.
Okay, that's incorporated, and those points now read that Council refer to the Traffic Committee for investigation, etc. Everyone clear on that? Yep. Councillor Griffiths, I'll ask you just to make sure that what the minute takers capture is reflective of your wording. Further amendment or anyone who wishes? Sorry, Councillor Howard.
That's okay. Sorry, I jumped the gun before. I would like to move some amendments to item 7. And in the spirit of things going to the Traffic Committee, it's basically just around the pedestrian crossing on Illawarra Road at Yurungamal Early Learning Centre. So a number of parents have contacted me to say that that pedestrian crossing is really quite dangerous and needs some upgrade, like very quickly. Noting that it's very heavily used for not just families and kids using the centre, but also by families that are accessing the sports fields, the Cooks River, etc. So I'm just asking that a report including designs to improve, not improvise, visibility at the crossing be brought to the next possible local traffic committee meeting, considering options to raise the crossing, implement flashing lights or any other measure to improve safety, and that upon approval by the local traffic committee and council, these works be immediately prioritised and undertaken, funded through the quarterly budget review.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Drew, you happy to incorporate that into the primary motion? Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor?
Councillor Lockie?
I have a further amendment, this time to item 3 from the local traffic committee minutes to the pedestrian crossing warrant policy, which I've sent through to the minute takers earlier today.
Thank you for that. I'll ask that they're displayed.
So basically, I just want to say thank you to Fiona and Neil for coming in to speak at our last council meeting to raise their concerns with the policy and its reliance on numerical warrants, or those minimum numbers of pedestrian and traffic movements that have to be met before council will consider a new crossing. I appreciate the concerns, given that for many, many years councils were prevented from installing new crossing in places where they were really needed because of the numerical warrants set by the New South Wales government that were ridiculously high. That changed a few years ago when Transport for New South Wales advised that its warrants only applied to state roads and that councils could develop their own policies for local and regional roads with or without those warrants. So I can see why concerns have been raised about our policy relying so heavily on numerical warrants, although they are far, far lower than the ones that have been set by the state. And I appreciate that this new policy does allow many new crossings to go ahead, including the ones at Cardinal Freeman that Councillor Drury has just discussed. I can also see why there might be some concerns about whether the policy would see us rule out crossings that are needed because they don't meet those minimum numbers. So the amendments I'm proposing are designed to give council more flexibility to consider worthy crossings that may not necessarily meet those warrants, and also for us to get a review back after 12 months so that we can see are those concerns justified, or is the policy working as exactly as we hope it will. So I move that way.
Thank you. That's incorporated into the primary motion. In regards to item 12 in the Traffic Committee minutes, the pedestrian crossing in Curtis Road, Balmain, can I ask for advice from the council officers about when the public meeting, which has been the on-site meeting, which has been identified, would be convened?
Through the chair, we haven't determined that yet. We're still discussing that with the resident.
Thank you for that. Are there any
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I also have an amendment provided earlier to the minute takers.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. It is regarding item in the item 19 in the Traffic Committee meeting minutes on key traffic issues in the Marrickville-Midgebury ward. Basically, residents have been very frustrated about shopping trolleys from Marrickville Metro being left around the streets, creating safety hazards, public eyesore, also concern about having the onus on residents to have to continually report the abandoned trolleys and the centre not really being that accountable. It's a matter that I've been discussing with council officers, so I'm just asking that council officers meet with the Marrickville Metro management to discuss strategies for reducing the amount of shopping trolleys left on the streets surrounding the metro, and that officers table a report to the April council meeting with the outcome of that meeting and strategies that that might be offered to try and deal with that issue.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Langford. Yeah, sorry. By item 19, do you mean the agenda item 19?
Sorry?
There is no item 19.
I thought that was in there. Sorry.
Councillor Langford?
There's two of the same, aren't there? It's in the Traffic Committee report.
Yeah, but we're dealing with December, not February.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I got confused as well. It is confusing. Okay, we'll come to that when we deal with the next one. Any further amendments? No? Do you need a right of reply, Councillor Drury? Okay, I'll put the Drury-Griffiths motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? I declare that carried. Brings us to the National General Assembly of Local Government 2024.
May I?
Councillor Drury?
May I move that our delegation be the people who have expressed interest in attending, which looks correct. May I further move that you be the voting delegate, or that you can delegate that. And thirdly, I'd like to move the council endorse a motion to be submitted that this National General Assembly calls on the federal government to improve the ethically, environmentally responsible investment options by councils by developing legislation that requires all banks to offer fossil fuel-free investment options. You may note in our investment report, we continue to struggle to get fossil-free investment options. I think it is an absolute shame that our largest bank, the Commonwealth Bank, cannot put its mind to providing such an option. Councils do have considerable money to invest, and not having these options is a problem. We have worked on this, well, I've worked on this for many years. Councillors before me have worked for many years. We need the banks to actually come up. We've asked the associations to talk to the banks. Been a lot of talking. We still have intransigence. I believe we should be asking the Commonwealth to look at legislating.
Okay, thank you for that. So is there a seconder for the motion?
I'd like to second the motion, and I believe that we may have missed an expression of interest from Councillor Griffiths, who is in no way far from my thoughts. And if he would like to be included, I would suggest that Councillor Drury incorporate that.
Okay, that's it. It's been our practice that any councillor who wishes to attend the National General Assembly is able to. So Councillor Griffiths is incorporated. Is there anyone else? No? Okay. Councillor De Cruz?
Move an amendment that they seem to be put in as noms rather than as part of this motion, despite the advice from the officers that they would be put in part of this motion. So it's item 38, which is about waste education, and item 43, which is about circular economy and asbestos and construction waste, that they be brought forward and added to this as amendments.
Okay, do we have the wording?
Yeah, yes, it's actually, sorry, it is actually on the papers as item 38 and item 43.
Of the agenda of the council meeting?
Yeah.
Sorry, what number were they?
They are not, they're actually labelled National Dental Series 38 and 43.
I think it's difficult to incorporate entire motions, and given they've already been tabled, I'm going to rule that they be dealt with as has been listed on the council agenda. Okay.
We're incorporating a motion here in the amendment that Councillor Drury has put up.
Yeah, well, it's a simple one, and it's part of the primary motion, and your motions will both be dealt with tonight because you tabled them as notices of motion. Okay, there's no further discussion. The Cruz amendment is...
Can I further clarify? I did not table them as notices of motion. I was asked to fill out 2 forms, and you will find that those forms were sent to the officers, but I will acknowledge that Catherine was on holiday, slack of her at the time, and there may have been some confusion, and they have appeared as notices of motion.
Point of order. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Councillor De Cruz cannot call staff members slack or insinuate that their holidays are part of the reason that her notice of motion is dealt with later on the agenda.
I'm going to ask Councillor De Cruz to withdraw that statement. That is disrespectful to the council officers.
I withdraw that Catherine is allowed to take holidays.
Yeah. No, I'm asking you to withdraw the suggestion. I'm sure it was made in jest, but it was disrespectful that it was slack of the officer to take their annual leave. I'll ask you to withdraw that.
I withdraw that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Cruz, given we give so much leeway to your contributions and both of the items are going to be dealt with tonight, I'll ask that we just move on with the primary motion and that the amendment not be dealt with now. So I've ruled that it's out of order because those motions have already been tabled in the business papers as a notice of motion. Okay, any further amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. It brings us to item 5, Mort Bay Park Tree Management. I will move the officer's recommendation, speak to it briefly. Thank the officers very much for their hard work and diligence in preparing these recommendations, and I thank the local residents for their advocacy in bringing these matters to council. It's always good when we can come to a consensus position on something that is sensible and that the community will benefit from. So I'll move that way. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. Do you wish to speak to it?
Mayor, it's a wonderful second motion of yours, and it's a great result, I think, for our community. This has been a long-standing issue, and also it's going to mean great improvement to Mort Bay Park itself. A little bit better management is going to be done down there. It's going to get the care that it deserves for one of the great parts of the InnerWest. So I thank staff for including all elements in that motion there. I might suggest that in regard to sections C and D, that councillors see a plan of those works first. It'd be useful because we don't know the extent of those removals, whether it might involve mature trees or if most of them are actually dead. I've been down there several times and I've seen a lot of smaller dead trees down there. It might be that, but it would be worth councillors just seeing C and D in more detail, if that's possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Shetty.
I just had a couple of questions. I just wanted to, through you, Chair, to the officers, just confirm that there is 150 trees approximately to be removed as part of this plan. Is that right?
Put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 150 plants, noting that some of those are shrubs and the like.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me how many mature trees are part of that?
Put that question to the officers.
As a part of the next stage of this, we'll be doing an audit to really appreciate that perspective of it. There's detail within the report around how many trees are vandalised and other information as well.
Thank you. And just one more question. How will the work be staged to just ensure that native wildlife and the biodiversity of the park are going to be protected and well managed through this process? I know that it's 2 years and there's not a lot of detail about how this is going to be undertaken. Can you give us any detail about that?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the back of that report, there's 5 elements that make up the plan moving forward. 1 through 4 are ultimately undertaken in a short period of time, where the 5th one is a more considered approach with environment considerations being undertaken.
Thanks. If I can just make a brief contribution.
Yes.
Look, I am alarmed that there is a plan to remove so many trees because of the vandalism. I do trust the community, and I think the council has taken a really positive and proactive approach here. And obviously there does need to be a solution because of the level of vandalism. And as Frank from the community garden talked about, the level of sort of collateral damage around the land and the plants surrounding where the trees are being poisoned, in addition to the trees themselves, is highly concerning. So I do appreciate the council's approach. I just would very much appreciate if we can, over the coming time, some more detail just about how this process will be managed, so that we can feel confident that while this work is being undertaken, there will be sort of a rigorous plan in place to make sure that the wildlife that lives down there is going to be looked after, and that this replacement work is going to be happening at a pace that they can be looked after and make sure that they're nurtured so that they're able to reach maturity again as quickly as possible, and the park can be back to how we want it to be as soon as we can. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz.
I note that the Banksia integrifolia has been singled out in point C, and it was the one that I guess since it's highlighted, I recognised it, and we're actually looking at quite a mature tree because it's several years ago that it was planted, probably 20 years ago now, looking at that, if I can calculate correctly. So 2 things is, have we considered pruning rather than removing the trees to create the views, to allow for the views or whatever we're doing?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we've considered maintenance to establish the view corridors. In maintenance, you're able to do a certain amount that will affect the tree, and then the tree will be unstable. Then, therefore, removal would be required to facilitate the view corridor.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Councillor Lockie?
Yes, just a further question to follow up on some of the questions Councillor Shetty was asking. I appreciate the advice that there is more investigative work to be done here to ascertain exactly how many plantings need to be removed. I did receive some advice earlier today from a council officer that said out of that 150 odd that we're estimating will be removed, a substantial number of those plantings are already dead or dying, and I was wondering if you could, through you, Mayor, to the council officer, if you could speak more about that.
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's detailed in the report. There's approximately 50 dead trees.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll refrain from making a right of reply. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move item 6, if
Yes,
I may.
Councillor Stevens.
With an amendment to paragraph 1 that I believe has been provided to the minute taker.
Please proceed.
It's almost 2 years ago the Council commissioned the InnerWest at 40 study. It's a very good piece of work. The study was placed on exhibition late last year, and the proposal to introduce uniform 40-kilometre safe speed limits, or safer speed limits on our local roads in the InnerWest, received very strong community support, from over 80% of respondents. We've now considered this matter on multiple occasions, and we are all aware, as councillors, of the benefits that safer speed limits would bring to the InnerWest. They'll improve safety, amenity and sustainability with no or negligible impact on motor vehicle travel times. So it's now time that we move on to implementation, taking the approach recommended by officers, which I think is sensible, of tackling local roads across the entirety of the local government area first, before moving on to work with Transport for New South Wales on the more complex issues with speed limits on state and regional roads. I note that the costs for rolling out the 40-kilometre limit on InnerWest local roads for line marking and signposting and so on are relatively modest at around $1 million, but we'll need funding from the New South Wales Government to deliver that. Transport for New South Wales has supported the InnerWest at 40 initiative throughout its development, and I think we can now look forward to working directly with the Minister for Roads and Transport for New South Wales and getting moving with implementation. I commend the recommendation.
Mayor, can I second that?
Councillor Lockie.
And I'd like to reiterate again my thanks to Manod, Ken and the traffic team for developing this excellent study and this really strong evidence base for us to proceed with this. It's been fantastic to see the community really get behind the proposals, if anything, just asking us to implement it faster and go further with the recommendations. I thank Councillor Stevens for his amendments to point 1 as well. As I understand it, the lack of funding from Transport New South Wales has been a bit of a hold up with us wanting to expedite the implementation of this. But I do note they do seem to have come to the party a lot more over the last couple of years with the development of this strategy. Particularly heartened to see that outside of the InnerWest at 40, recommendations for 40-kilometre an hour speed limits on local roads, that this report flags very strongly our intent to proceed with safer speed limits on regional and state roads as well, with Transport for New South Wales being open to that work, as well as the 30-kilometre an hour speed limits that a number of our speakers also said they wish for us to proceed with. And I'd like to thank Mr Atkins for sticking around for this item and for coming in to speak, as well as to Sharon Laura for speaking on behalf of the Haberfield P&C. I'm really excited to see this work progressing and I can't wait to see it being implemented. Thanks.
Here. Is there any amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thanks very much for sticking around, Mr Atkins. I'm going to propose that we adjourn the meeting for a period of 5 minutes for everybody to get a cup of tea. Is there Now, councillors, the gallery is empty, so aside from our thousands of fans online, there's no one to entertain or perform for. So I would ask everyone's assistance in expediting the meeting a bit. We haven't got very far through so far. So we're up to the local traffic committee of the 19th of February. Is there a mover for that?
I move.
Yes.
Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to it?
I do not.
Is there a seconder?
Second Councillor Howard, and I do not wish to speak.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Scott. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the minutes? If not,
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
sorry, Councillor Langford, yes.
For the sake of brevity, I touched on this before, but basically it's about shopping trolleys and trying to minimise those on the streets around Mayoral Metro. This is just asking that council officers meet with Mayoral Metro management to discuss strategies around how we can minimise those trolleys being around the streets, their health and safety, eyesores, etc., and tabling a report back to the April meeting about the outcome and strategies.
Can I please just ask a question?
Yes.
So are you, just for clarity, I support this, is it the April Traffic Committee meeting or the council meeting in April?
It was the April council meeting.
Can I just do we do this the right way? Can I just get some advice, Mr. Mayor, from the...
Yep. What is it that you're seeking to clarify?
Just so we're consistent, are we able to make an amendment and then on this item and then bring it back to the April council meeting, or does it, because we're amending the local traffic committee meeting, does it need to go back to the traffic committee?
Yes. Okay. And we have discussed this previously at length. I'll put that question to the manager of governance.
So technically, we're amending item 12 in the traffic committee.
And it's an action for the traffic committee to undertake.
Can I suggest, Councillor Howard, if it's your preference that it be referred to the traffic committee, I would certainly support that, but that you incorporate it with that amendment.
Is that okay? Yes.
No, it's not working.
Sorry. Yeah. The only concern that I have with that is it's going to delay the process, and residents have been complaining about this for a long time. And I know that, we talk about going through the traffic committee, but I think I have had conversations with Ryan, and I believe that the council officers were already going to speak to Mayoral Metro. So it's really just cementing what's already been planned.
I'll just go back to the manager of governance for further advice.
Just for clarification, I have been advised that the scope of the traffic committee does not include shopping trolleys.
Okay.
Could I propose maybe their meeting is going to occur, maybe we could bring a joint nom to the next meeting to get the report, but however, the meeting is going to occur, so it won't be held up. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, I think the residents will be disappointed because I think they're just really keen to get it done. And it from what my understanding is that
I'll call the meeting to order. I'm sorry, I'm going to seek clarification. We've got an amendment from Councillor Langford. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to incorporate the amendment, Councillor Howard?
Am I able to if
you're able to incorporate it with amended wording in comparison to the amendment, or you're able to say, no, I don't support it, and we'll vote on the amendment?
I'll incorporate it.
Okay, that's incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further amendment?
Can I just clarify, through you to the officers, would the point about tabling a report to the April council meeting to discuss mitigating the issue of abandoned shopping trolleys, would that report consider other shopping centres in the InnerWest?
So on your way out the door, you're going to restart an investigation into InnerWest wide shopping trolleys?
So I don't incorporate that because this was...
It was a question to the officers, Councillor Howard.
I think you know the answer. It hasn't specified. It hasn't. The resolution does not specify other shopping centres. The officers can't invent an answer. You can read it. Okay, I'm really going to try and move this along now. I think we're getting down into pedantics. So if there's no further discussion, that amendment has been incorporated. Is there anyone who'd like to move a further amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to
item 8.
Item 8, post-exhibition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander procurement strategy. Councillor Howard.
Mr Mayor, I just have some amendments that I circulated earlier. I just would like to thank everyone for participating in providing their feedback. I think there's general support for increasing the amount of business that we are doing and the economic opportunity we provide for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses and communities. The amendment here, point 1, just restates something we unanimously supported previously, which was to say that we would hold a review and that review after 1 year would seek to double the target that we're looking at. So we've already agreed to that, but it didn't appear in the report. So I just wanted to stipulate that within the report. And then points 2, 3, 4 really just seek to build on that and create some accountability by asking that we, as part of that review, engage with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander suppliers to make sure it's adequately servicing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander owned businesses, so that we're not in a situation where people are suggesting that they are, big organisations suggesting that they are doing work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses and then actually not doing that work. So making sure there's accountability, that we specifically target the Greenway project, create a bit of a showcase there for how we can work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander procurement moving forward, and that the council hold training and awareness sessions with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander suppliers and organisations regarding opportunities to work with InnerWest Council and about our tender processes.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it? Sorry, I'll ask if Councillor Drury wishes to speak to it as the seconder.
You should have
No,
said.
thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? Councillor De Cruz.
Can I put the question to the relevant officer? I noted the comment that the InnerWest was the only council with this kind of procurement strategy. So how does it align with implementation plans for closing the gap, which says all Australian governments are working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, their communities, organisations and businesses to implement the new national agreement on closing the gap at the national, state and territory and local levels? This is an unprecedented shift in the way governments have previously worked to close the gap. It acknowledges that to close the gap, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people must determine, drive and own the desired outcomes alongside all governments. So my question to the relevant officer is, has this, whatever this policy, the council policy actually referenced the closing the gap agreement?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, that agreement is talking about the various government levels in terms of state and federal. In terms of why other councils, although it's asking councils to get involved, haven't provided or created such strategies yet, obviously can't comment.
I'll put that. Oh, thank you. I knew there was another question coming. Councillor De Cruz. Done.
I think the point is that...
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, you're asking questions as opposed to speaking to the item. Do you have a further question?
Yeah, I mean, the Productivity Commission has said that we have seriously failed.
Point of order. What is Councillor De Cruz's question?
I'm asking...
I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. I uphold your point of order. I'll ask Councillor De Cruz to get to the question.
So does it comply with the national agreement on closing the gap?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander procurement strategy is an additional step that InnerWest is taking above and beyond other councils at this time and other measures to support the rest of the procurement in space in trying to be really proactive in this area.
Thank you for that. Okay, there's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
I'll just point out you voted for this and that it was included in the Reconciliation Action Plan. So thank you for your questions. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 9, update on creative use of town halls. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I just moved the recommendations with some amendments that I circulated earlier. Thank you to the volunteers and to the members of the Marrickville Town Hall Steering Committee, and thank you to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Smith, and to Councillor Langford for all their work on that committee. I think this is really exciting, and it assures that we are now going to have a consistent experience for arts organisations and performers who are coming to use our spaces. My amendments are pretty straightforward. It's just thanking and acknowledging the work of the community representatives as part of that steering committee, that we hold an event in the next few months funded through the third quarter budget review process, that we're showcasing this work and really letting people in the sector know that as a follow-up to our arts strategy, that this is something that we are doing, that people can come and access these spaces, that we look and ensuring that before that event, the advertising banners and flags that are noted in the report are in place at our town halls. That InnerWest Council website hosts a page promoting the use of our town halls by artists and creative industries. So again, this is just really about letting people know about this work that we're doing, and that council report back to the April council meeting with options about how we can promote the initiative more broadly, where there's opportunities to do advertising at bus stops, social media, etc., all funded through the third quarter budget review.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to second the motion and to propose a further amendment. And I'll ask the minute takers to display that on the screen. It reads that Council endorse the community venue hire grants and fee scale policy being amended as below and placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days to seek community feedback on the proposed amendment. A, that Table 1 schedule of scaled fees and categories of organisation be amended to include all creative individuals or groups requesting use of town halls or their associated spaces in the 100% scaled fee waiver category, where the activity or event to be held is not primarily a fundraising event, and that following the conclusion of the exhibition period, the draft amended community venue hire grants and fee scale policy be brought back to Council for consideration and adoption. So in short, proposing that the policy that we've already adopted in regards to not-for-profit and community organisations to allow for a 100% fee waiver be extended to arts and cultural organisations who are seeking to hold events in line with the Council's policy. That needs to be placed on exhibition for a period of 28 days, and I think there's consensus in the room that we should undertake that, and there's no need to wait until the budget is adopted in June in order to start talking to the community about it. We should seek to expedite it. So I'll ask the mover of the motion, are you willing to incorporate that?
Absolutely.
That's incorporated into the primary motion. So we've got a primary motion moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by myself. Is there any amendment or anyone who wishes to oppose the motion?
Just a question.
I've got Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that we're putting extra equipment into the town halls, and hopefully we're improving the booking service so that people will book the facility. But I just wondered, to the relevant officer, what level of training and abilities do you need? What level of equipment are we providing? Is so that will you need specialist training to use it? Will it be good enough for the professional sound systems?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. Yes, as we procure the equipment, we'll have an implementation plan and a management plan for how the venues team liaise with the hirers and give them that guidance on the usage and management of the equipment. So we look after the assets accordingly.
That wasn't quite the question I was asking. It's the level of training and expertise required for the assets. So is it a sort of, so our venue people won't be specialist sound engineers or lighting experts? You don't have to be for this equipment.
I'm not sure that clarified the question for me, but I'll put it to the council officers.
Through you, Chair. Yes, people will be able to use the equipment and will be given instructions on how to use it. It won't be so high tech that it's not functional for the public.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty clear answer.
Okay.
That's two questions. You've got one more. If you insist upon using all three, which is not compulsory.
The question is, what security and testing of equipment to ensure it is kept in good working order?
Put that question to the officers.
Point of order, Mayor. I think this is getting way past the policy stage into asking operational questions.
I'll uphold that point of order. Councillor De Cruz.
Can you please cite the code of meeting practice?
Councillor Drury, I'll ask you to resume your seat. Councillor De Cruz is asking for details from council officers about how equipment will be stored and locked up after it is purchased. I think everyone here would agree that that is delving a long way into operational matters as opposed to the policy making functions of this body. As such, I'm going to rule the question out of order.
Can I clarify that my
no,
question?
No, you may not, Councillor De Cruz.
I have, if I've been misunderstood under the meeting order, I'm allowed to clarify my question.
Cruz,
That has been misinterpreted.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll warn you. You are warned. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. As is often the case with meetings, you have taken up more time than anybody else so far this evening.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I've heard that before. You don't have to repeat it because I can hear it.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I know that you can tell that I'm getting a little frustrated, and that's on behalf of everybody here because we want to get through the business and you're taking up an inordinate amount of time. Okay, is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
I just had a question.
Yes,
Mayor.
Councillor Langford.
Thank you. Probably to the officers, just through you. I just wanted to understand what evidence there is to suggest that council needs to build soundproofed recording studios and music rehearsal spaces.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Thanks.
Through you, Chair, I understand there was feedback from community users and groups during the pilot program that suggested that would be of great benefit. If we were able to include that, that would be very useful for a lot of the creatives that were seeking to utilise that space.
And if I may ask a further question, so would that be part of the, if it was non-profit, they would be able to use those spaces for nothing? Is that correct?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. So the intent that's mentioned there clarifies the town hall and associated spaces. So it would include the refurbishment of those rooms with soundproofing.
One further question, if I may, through you, Chair, is just would that put council in competition with local providers of music rehearsal studios and recording studios by council offering that, unless it was for, you know, for not-for-profits? Thanks.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure I can answer that in terms of understanding how it might impact other spaces. I'm sorry.
Councillor Langford, does that conclude your questions? Did you wish to speak to the item? Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the item? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Waived.
That's waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Brings us to item 10, rainwater tanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
I have a number of amendments to rainwater tanks because I care deeply about rainwater tanks. I think this is really important work, and the fact that the review has sort of revealed ways that we can improve our program here is really important. So I think encouraging InnerWesties to take up household rainwater harvesting opportunities is key to empowering households to mitigate water use, climate change, and to improve drought resilience. My amendments here, a lot of them are really just about, again, creating some accountability and visibility of this program. So let's set a target for annual residential household uptake and report back to that on a biannual basis. That let's publicise the incentive scheme through the community newsletter, social media, etc., and include some of the information about it on rates notices. I think we have far too few people taking this up, particularly given the pressures we're going to be under. I'm asking that we write to the Minister for Planning, asking that with the limitations of the current complying development set with respect to installing household rainwater tanks, particularly in regards to lot size and heritage protections, and we ask for this to be reviewed, that council write to the Minister for Better Regulation of Fair Trading, asking that action be taken to support residential tenants to install solar panels, batteries and household rainwater tanks, that we write to the Federal Minister for Water and the New South Wales Minister for Water asking for some moolah to do this, and that we 7.7 investigate options to expand rainwater tank incentive scheme to include the installation of rainwater connections to residential laundries and toilets, so that people can use the rainwater harvesting for more than just their gardens.
Excellent. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Brings us to item 11, inclusive playgrounds. Councillor Howard, you're busy tonight.
I am. So I just have an amendment here which I think was forwarded earlier, and actually it's a bit different to the one I had. So again, we thank the staff for preparing the report, also touched by Olivia, who've been working with us and doing these great consultations to date. I think developing this program as a co-design program has been one of its great successes to date, and there's lots of excitement about it. This amendment just notes that the 5 best sites put forward for the inclusive playground program meant that there was a gap in the Ashfield ward. So the program is to investigate the inclusion of the Ashfield ward by adding an additional site to the current program, with the results of the investigation reported to the Major Projects Committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it? That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to Council Streetscape Services website improvements.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
So I just have 2 amendments to this. I think it was circulated earlier as well. Thank you to the staff again for the report. I was motivated to move this motion late last year following conversations with Tempe residents and following discussion at the Marrickville-Midgebury Ward Public Matters Forum held at St Peters Town Hall. At the forum, residents noted that the spreadsheets that detail data on verge mowing aren't always able to be kept up to date, and that council and council officers on the night committed to keeping them up to date and keeping them publicly available. I really commend the work that staff have done since that resolution back in September. They've created a simple, straightforward tool where residents can input their addresses and find clear information on service date, so much like with the bin collections. That's really transformative. It's a good example of council working to present the information and data to the public in ways that are accessible and transparent. Residents, however, they're very grateful for that work, but they've also asked that the information on the historical service data continue to be presented on spreadsheets and available online so that we can look at trends and just access the historical data. So I'm just asking that information, and I've spoken to the Director of Corporate regarding this, that information also be stored and publicly available in addition to the great work being done on our website.
Thank you for that. Is there a second for that?
I'd like to second the motion
and
commend the Customer Service Committee and the Director of Corporate and the staff for all the work that they've done.
Councillor Shetty, could I ask you to desist from interjecting, please? Councillor Scott?
The development of the tool has been something that the Customer Service Committee has been really interested in and asked for quite some time ago, and it's really fabulous to see it up and live now, and I'd encourage everyone to use it and to find out when your verge is going to be mowed.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
May I move the investment report?
It's moved by Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it? Please proceed.
Which I'll thank you, Catherine. So actually, I think one of the things that has concerned me is the amount we have invested in each of these reports. And so my amendment was that we just note that Council has $276.6 million invested in, of funds invested, and these funds are from ratepayers and taxpayers. And through you to the council of relevant council officers, I wondered if there was any sort of benchmark about how much money the councils can hold of ratepayers and taxpayers' grants before having to give it back.
Point of order, Mayor. I believe Councillor De Cruz has moved an amendment. Could we see the amendment?
Councillor De Cruz has tabled an amendment and has foreshadowed that she will be speaking to it. So I'll ask that we deal with that amendment there before going to any questions that Councillor De Cruz has about the primary motion. So we've got that on the screen. Is there a seconder for the De Cruz amendment? If not, that will lapse. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to the De Cruz amendment? Okay. Councillor Drury, do you wish to incorporate that into the primary motion?
No.
It's not incorporated. Councillor Stamlis, you wish to speak to the amendment? No. Okay. We're debating the amendment as it is. There's no discussion of that. I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour? In support of the De Cruz-Atkins amendment, I have Councillors De Cruz, Langford, Griffiths and Shetty. All those against? Against are all others, including Councillors Lockie and Stamlis. That has been defeated. Is there any further amendment to the recommendation? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Do I get to ask my question now?
Sorry,
or not?
just a moment. I'll go to Councillor De Cruz for her question. I don't think anyone in this chamber would say that you've ever been prevented from asking one. And then I'll go to Councillor Stamlis.
So my question was to the relevant officer whether there's any benchmark on how much councils have in such a high amount invested of whatever that is, money, cash money.
I can't claim to understand that question, but I'll put it to the council officers.
Through you, Chair. There isn't a specific benchmark for councils how much money they should have invested, but there's an understanding that councils will look at their cash flow on a monthly basis to ensure that they're able to pay their short-term and long-term commitments. So that's why of the $276 million, only 233 is invested. The other $40-odd million is in sitting in our bank accounts ready to pay for bills as they come.
Sorry, that was not the question I asked. I mean, is it normal for councils to have $276 million or 0.6 in the bank?
Again, I'm not sure that I understand the question, and Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to remain respectful towards the council officers. Can I ask you to restate the question and to clarify it, please?
So the question was that we have $276 million invested, and that money actually belongs to our ratepayers, came from ratepayers and taxpayers. And my question is it normal for councils to have that amount of money sitting around and not having to give it back?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, there's no industry benchmark for councils to have certain balances in their accounts. It depends on specific strategies that they might have in place. It's not all just rates and taxes. There's also developer contributions, grants, and various other reserves that make up that amount.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very clear answer. Are there any Councillor Stamlis?
Councillors, just like you to direct you to page 3 of that report. Just having a look at that table, which shows us the amount invested and then the amount available. Just wondering, my first question is what is that amount available all about?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, can I get the question reclarified, which table specific that we're referring to?
Yes.
Sure. Page 405.
Councillor Stamlis, I'll ask you to clarify that.
Sure. Page 405, there's 2 tables. One showing us the green, socially invested, non-fossil fuelled and gives us a tally. And then the other is a longer table on page 405. Can you see that? Yeah. So what's that amount available in that final column of that second table? Thanks.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, those investments are made up of various types of investments like term deposits, floating rate notes, and treasury and bonds. So term deposits, they're restricted based on the length of the loan, length of the term deposits, whereas floating rate notes, they got an expiry date, but we can always cash out at a certain point in time. So some of them are flexible to be used, some are flexible to be cashed out, some of them we're committed to depending on the term of investment. The first table is just showing the type of investment that we've invested into to show that we're green and non-fossil fuel. The second table is the relevant institution that we invest through.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's not quite clear to me because we have invested in national housing 3.8 million, but we have 112.9 million available. So I don't quite get it.
I'll take that as a comment.
All right, my second question, Mr. Mayor, then. is that I noticed that the balances in working funds are falling considerably over time. I think last time they were sitting about 3.3% or thereabouts. This time I think it's sitting at 0.3%. What is that level of working funds that we should be looking at as a percentage, or is there no such thing? And where would our council like to be? Thank you.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through your chair, there is no benchmark, but it's common practice that we do ensure that there is working funds to fund our day-to-day operations. The balance at the moment is quite low because of the timing of our some of our instalments of rates that we receive. So we'll have a direct debit in rates in the prior month, and then that will prop up the reserve, and then it'll slowly reduce over the next couple of months, and then the next instalment will come in place. So at this point in time, that's the reason why that working funds rate is quite low.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? No further questions. I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Whilst I welcome increased interest and discussion of our economic position, I would draw Councillors' attention to the fact that we have an investment policy. The investment policy is an important policy for our council. It is important that we continue to manage the money of the council in a judicious fashion, and I would urge councillors to acquaint themselves with the policy that we have passed.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the FOGO monthly report.
So may I just move the Office of Recommendations?
It's moved by Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for that?
Second that motion, and I'm happy to waive my right to speak.
Councillor Scott, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it?
I've got 3 questions. That's why I asked for it to be pulled out.
Councillor De Cruz, with great respect, we all understand that you are entitled to a maximum of 3 questions on each item, but I would ask for your cooperation in not using that as a minimum standard. It takes up an inordinate
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, FOGO is of a major concern to our community, and I think to be cut off on this subject, so I would like to ask the relevant officer.
De Cruz, I'll warn you a second time. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I have a responsibility to conduct the meeting efficiently.
Point of order, Mayor. This is a very skewed way of making sure that one side gets to speak whenever they like and the other side gets interrupted and told off for wasting time.
Interjecting. Councillor Shetty, I will warn you for interjecting. Councillor De Cruz, I am requesting that you try to be more succinct and to reduce the number of questions that you're asking so that we can get through the business of the meeting. No one's proposing to cut you off. Councillor Shetty, I take on board what you've said, but it's a complete misrepresentation to say that one side gets to speak whenever they want and the other side doesn't at all. We all know where the time's being taken up. Councillor De Cruz.
So through the relevant officer, have we switched to the 3-bin system of red, yellow and green lidded bins officially in the InnerWest?
Sorry, Councillor Shetty, were you interjecting or asking a further question? So the question from Councillor De Cruz is whether we've switched to a system of 3 different coloured bins. I know, but you felt strongly that Councillor De Cruz needed to be able to ask that question. I think we all know the answer to it, but I'll put that question to the officers. Sorry? You don't know whether there's a system of 3 lidded bins in the InnerWest? Councillor Shetty didn't get to hear it. Could I ask you to clarify the question, Councillor De Cruz?
I'd appreciate it actually if the officers are given a chance to answer the question, because I think she understood.
Ask you to restate it, please.
For your benefit or for the officers?
For the chamber. Could I ask you to restate the question?
Have we switched to a 3-bin system, i.e. the red, yellow and green lidded bins, or some other system? Thank you.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, yes, we have implemented the red, yellow and green system. However, there are some apartments that we're yet to update.
which is a work in progress over the next 12 months, where we'll be swapping any residual blue lid paper bins in apartments in the north area to yellow, and any residual FOGO, food only burgundy lids to FOGO green lids.
Okay, thank you for that.
Second question is, how many dwellings still have dark green rubbish garbage bins instead of the red garbage bin?
Put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, if we can take that question on notice.
No problem. Third
Thanks.
question.
Are we going to mark these dark green lidded bins with a red bin sticker or replace the lids?
Put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, we're planning to replace those lids, and the operations team are identifying where they see those properties, and residents are reporting to them to us directly as well.
Okay. Councillor De Cruz, did you have comments to make? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 16, FOGO opt-in weekly red bin service. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I just move amendments that have been circulated earlier. Again, I thank the staff for providing the report and for establishing a pathway for the opt-in service for a weekly red bin service. I've offered some amendments there. They are to clarify the timeline for the establishment of the opt-in service. They seek to lay out a clear criteria for vulnerable people we may want to use to register in the short term. And they also spell out the process by which residents would be able to register, including noting registrations by phone. I just wanted to make actually one slight amendment to this, if I could, also, which is just where it says in the point 1, residents with medical conditions, could we also add and disability and large households? So I just want to add the words and disability after medical conditions.
Thank you for that. I think that's clear. I'll ask the minute takers to update that. I'm happy to second the motion. Did you wish to speak to it?
No.
Okay. I'll waive my right to speak to it as well. Councillors, does anyone wish to amend the motion?
No, I wish to ask some questions.
Councillor,
to the relevant officer. You can gag me if you choose to do that, Mayor, but I think FOGO's been a failure across the InnerWest. And I should have asked these questions like last October.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I'll warn you a third time. I'll note for the benefit of the meeting that there is clearly a disruption and delaying tactic going on in which there is an attempt to ask the maximum number of questions on every item that is tabled. It is not in keeping with the good spirit of debate, and it is disrespectful, in my view, to the councillors, the other councillors within the chamber. I'll ask you again, Councillor De Cruz, not to take up the meeting's entire time with your personal questions.
Okay, thank you. What education is provided by Wastebusters, if you could just outline that?
What indication is provided by... No, sorry.
Education.
I'll just relay the question. What indication is provided
Education.
by... Sorry, Councillor De Cruz. I'm going to move a motion in a moment to have you ejected from the chamber, having warned you 3 times if you don't desist from interjecting.
I hope you'll allow me to apologise.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I'm just restating the question to the officers. What indication has been provided by Wastebusters?
Through the chair, the Wastebusters are educating residents that we come across which are contaminating bins or struggling with the service. So at the moment, that's both face-to-face and on the phone and by email. Thanks.
How many Wastebuster education or audits have been done so far to date?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
I'll take that on notice, please.
Thank you for that.
And I note that the costing of providing the extra red bin collection on demand is going to be given at a later date. Could we also look at providing residents with an offer of an alternative, such as the Recycle Smart collection or something, or of their choice?
I'll note again that it's difficult to understand what the question is that's being asked, which is making the meeting difficult to administer. Councillor De Cruz, could I ask you to restate and clarify your question?
Can an alternative to an extra red bin collection be provided?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, we do have a range of alternative services, including Recycle Smart at the moment. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just ask before we go on, I'm going to seek advice from the council officers. I've issued 3 warnings to Councillor De Cruz for interjections. I've asked her to withdraw comments with disparaging remarks about council staff. Can I ask for clarity about what the process is for dealing with ongoing interjections or disrespectful comments now that 3 warnings have been issued?
Through the chair, so if it's determined that acts of disorder have been undertaken by a councillor and the chair determines that they would like to expel that person from the meeting due to acts of disorder being undertaken, then requires a council resolution to remove that council from the chamber, or the chair may require them to apologise without reservation, to withdraw a motion, or to retract and apologise.
Okay, thank you for that. It's my strong preference not to be forced into a situation where that motion would need to be tabled, but I'll ask for your cooperation, Councillor De Cruz, in ensuring that that doesn't happen by refraining from further interjections. Is there any further discussion of this item? Councillor Stamoulis?
Mayor, Councillor Howard might like to clarify whether it's over 5 or more residents or whether it's 5 or more residents. Thank you.
I'll put that question to Councillor Howard.
Yeah, I understand the syntax error there. So I think we're saying 5 or more.
Okay, so over is deleted, is that correct? Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis? There's no further debate. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Waived, thank you.
That's waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, item 17.
Yes, Councillor Howard.
I just would like to move item 17 with some amendments that I've circulated earlier. Again, I start everything by thanking the staff because this is an extraordinary amount of work for this team. It's a small team, particularly while they're designing and implementing FOGO. So I really appreciate you doing this work and thank you sincerely for this. It's heartening to see trials of soft plastics recycling has recommenced in Melbourne. But it's disappointing that the major supermarket retailers have yet to respond to our letters or for a similar trial to be held in Sydney. I know InnerWesties would be really passionate about restoring, they are passionate about restoring soft plastics recycling, and I'm grateful to staff for proceeding with a tender for the expansion of soft plastics recycling services in our local community here. I think that's really important. These amendments, the first one is really just to reiterate our strong desire to participate in a trial. And so again, writing to the Australian Consumer and Competition Commission, Soft Plastics Task Force, asking that we participate in such a trial, that we write to the Commonwealth Government, also noting our eagerness to participate in future trials of curbside soft plastics recycling under the National Plastics Recycling Scheme, that in April 2024, council officers report back with the results of the tender for the expansion of soft plastics recycling services, and that costs be factored into the development of the 23-24 budget, and that council continue to explore options for the use of an EPS extruder that would allow the collection of polystyrene through community recycling centres.
Mayor, I'd like to second.
Councillor Shetty?
I'll keep it brief. I just share Councillor Howard's enthusiasm for soft plastics and polystyrene recycling and for making sure that we're doing everything we can as a council to remove these problematic items from our waste streams and recycling them appropriately. So thanks for the amendments. I think they're great.
Okay.
Question, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lockie?
Just in relation to point 4, I think this might be to Councillor Howard. Reference to the budget. Are you intending that to be 24-25 budget?
I am, gosh. Thanks for keeping me on my toes.
Well, you know.
24-25 budget, please.
Proofreading services will bill you later.
Okay. Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Waived, thank you.
That's waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 18, Rozelle Interchange and Rozelle Parklands. We've discussed this issue at length in relation to the mayoral minute. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation to receive and note the report.
I'm happy
Is there
to
a seconder
second
for that?
And I'll waive my right to speak.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll also waive my right. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the motion or to amend it? Councillor Stamoulis?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask a question through to the relevant officer about the the action group or community group that was formed to discuss the Rozelle interchange, how that's going, and whether there's been any outcomes from that process. Thanks.
I think you'd have to pose that question to me because it's been me who's initiated and convened it. Would you like me to answer it? Okay, thank you. We've had one initial meeting of that group, which was a briefing provided by Transport for New South Wales, led by Howard Collins, to the group on the mitigations that have been undertaken. The mitigations that have been undertaken, the mitigations that haven't been undertaken, an update on the Rozelle interchange as a whole. And there is a upcoming meeting at which the group will consider terms of reference. Thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move item 21 with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to Manood and Ken and the staff for their work on this report. I know it's not a particularly long report, but there is a lot of work happening behind the scenes, working through various grant application processes and tender processes and working with various partners and companies to try and deliver some charging infrastructure into the InnerWest, and that is much appreciated. I know there's a unanimity of support for more charging infrastructure on the elected council and also in the community more broadly. While not all of the timelines around the delivery of this infrastructure is strictly within council's hands, I think there is a community expectation that we are playing a really positive and proactive role to do everything that we can to try and get charging infrastructure delivered sooner rather than later where we can. I mean, it's made clear through our EV strategy and action plan and the EV summit that was held on this term of council that this is a really strong priority and there are clear community expectations. So this amendment really just seeks to set not a particularly ambitious target, at least 2 public charging stations to be located, one curbside and one in a council car park by no later than September 2024. I know we're waiting on some news from some of those grant application processes that could help us to expedite that target and hopefully surpass it. But I think it would be good to set a really clear expectation and a goal with our partners that we want to get this infrastructure installed sooner rather than later. So that's the gist of this, and also to receive a bi-monthly report on progress of installing public chargers across the LGA as well. Thank you.
I'd like to second that, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Atkins?
No, I support it.
Okay. That's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Atkins. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Brings us to item 22, community engagement outcomes, all-weather surface sporting field. Councillor Scott.
Yes, I have an amendment that I have provided to the minute takers that I would like to move.
You wish to speak to it?
Yes, I will. I'd just like to thank all of the sporting clubs and community organisations that have participated in the engagement about Rozelle Parklands and the potential location of future sporting facilities to accommodate increased growth in our sporting clubs, who are doing such a wonderful job of developing an organic program of engagement for young people and for adults as well around our community. I think it's really commendable that this council is willing to consider the difficult issue before us of how we balance and accommodate a range of sports and needs. And I am very confident that with more engagement with those clubs through our fantastic staff, that we will be able to find a win-win situation where sporting clubs that prefer an all-weather surface are able to be accommodated at a new surface, and clubs that do not prefer an all-weather surface are able to be accommodated at one of the natural turf fields that will be released as a result of being able to use an all-weather surface more intensively. This is literally a win-win situation, and the money that we have been able to secure through the continued advocacy to the state government will ensure that there is something going back to the community, having suffered for so long through the pain of having the West Connects interchange, the interchange built and the Parklands delivered under such trying circumstances. So I thank the staff for the work that they've done so far, and ask them to convene another meeting with those clubs so that we can continue towards a point of joint agreement.
Okay, thank you for that. Happy to second that motion. I'll waive my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
I'd like to speak, thank you. I think what this consultation has demonstrated is that the waterfront oval is actually a highly contested space. It's used widely by different sports and community members. I've been clear in my support since last year for an all-weather field in the Rozelle Parklands, which is a location that enjoyed much broader support from the community. And unfortunately, it's clear that it's not the same case for Waterfront Oval. We need to acknowledge that there's a long history of use of other sports and community groups, and that there are further complications at that site around state heritage significance, as well as concerns that have been raised about the environmental impact. I want to thank all the speakers for taking the time to be here. I know that all of them who made the effort to come and speak to this meeting this evening have the best interests of the community and their sports in the forefront of their contributions, and I was disappointed at some of the questioning and commentary towards some of those speakers. There's no doubt that the football clubs are frustrated by the lack of space, which has only been exacerbated by the poor conditions of the council playing fields over the last 18 months. I don't think any of us could argue that that's not been the case after the disastrous outcomes at King George and Eastern Park in particular. My 3 kids play for Balmain District Football Club. I'm familiar with the scramble to get the teams organised, lest they fill up, and I've spoken to both the clubs, Balmain and the Leichhardt Saints, about their struggles for space and their concerns about having to turn players away. I'm very keen to make sure that council not only does a better job of maintaining their fields so that these clubs can make the most of the ones they have access to, but that council should still be advocating to the state government that Transport for New South Wales provide the facilities that they promised at Rozelle Parklands, a far less contentious site, which was the council's approach until the change to a Labor government last year. Now, there are issues at that site that have not been fully investigated around hybrid turf and possible access to power cabling that has been used as the excuse from Transport for New South Wales for not being able to provide and install a synthetic field on that site. If I can just move to have another 1 minute, I would appreciate it.
I'll move that. I'm not going to comment about how I've been misrepresented, but I will be speaking after this. I'm happy to support the extension of time of 1 minute.
Thank you.
I'd appreciate not being in.
No worries. In terms of the waterfront oval, I am concerned that council is promising something that they can't deliver through this process. As has been acknowledged in the report, the Greater Sydney Parklands controls the land on Callan Park, where both Waterfront Oval and Balmain Road grounds are located. And I know that during the consultation process, in response to some of the community backlash and feedback, Greater Sydney Parklands asked council officers to remove the 2 Callan Park locations from that consultation. It's really important to note here that the Greater Sydney Parklands is planning to undertake a plan of management process over the next 18 months, during which time they will consult broadly on the future of the park, including the playing fields, before coming to a position on whether they support the provision of a synthetic field on the site. And I think given these complications, I'm very reluctant for us to push ahead with this motion as it stands. I would like to ask a question to the Director of Infrastructure relating to the provision of the $20 million, if I can.
Have you concluded your remarks,
I
Councillor
have.
Shetty?
Yes, I have. If I can ask a question.
Please do.
Sorry, I've just got to find it. So in the letter from the Minister for Roads, it states that Transport would normally lead the delivery of these items, which is what the $20 million of funding is for, as it has done for the rest of the Rozelle Parklands. However, as these would be InnerWest Council assets that need to be delivered to your specifications and requirements on InnerWest Council land, the cost-effective and efficient way for them to be delivered is by the InnerWest Council. So my question to the Director of Infrastructure is, would the delivery of synthetic on land that is not the InnerWest Council's land, as controlled by the GSP, would that imperil the availability of any funding, given that the letter from the Minister states that it would be InnerWest Council assets that need to be delivered on InnerWest Council land?
It's an extraordinarily long and complicated question. It's a bit clearer than the one from Councillor De Cruz, but I'll put that to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
I'll speak briefly to the substantive motion, and in doing so, I do want to address some of what I believe to be misrepresentations that have been made by Councillor Shetty. I'm not going to do that through an interjection or a point of order. This is called debate, and we have differing points of view. Firstly, I make absolutely no apology for us having secured $20 million of funding for the deficiencies in the Rozelle Parklands, and I note that for a very long period of time prior to us securing that funding, that there was naysaying within this chamber and on the last term of council, in which Greens councillors suggested that there were no deficiencies, that there's nothing problematic about leaving these facilities out of the plans, and that it was an illegitimate criticism from the Labor Party against the former government. Now we've secured the funding, and it's difficult for the people who said that it wasn't necessary to just say, hey, that's a good thing that this council's actually delivered that through advocacy. And we've had to do it, despite the fact that there's been a lack of advocacy for the seat at the state level on these issues. It is true to say that there were major investments in Eastern Park and King George Park last year, and I'm proud to have initiated and fought for and delivered that funding. It's also true to say that in the procurement process, there were delays through supply chain issues which resulted in significant disruption. Obviously, that was an operational matter that the council officers had control of. I'm not going to sit in the chamber and criticise them for something that went wrong with a council project. And if anyone goes down to King George Park or Eastern Park right now, I'll seek an extension of time of 2 minutes, moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Go down there now. Those grounds are in beautiful condition, and that's what you get when you invest properly in upgrading fields. The truth is that because we have so little open space, that those fields get used so intensively, including Waterfront Drive, that they get run down very quickly during the winter. And because we have an increasing number, particularly of women and girls coming into our clubs, there is ongoing increases in demand for space and for utilisation of fields. And to say that that is just a fault of the council, to make a criticism either, I don't know, I don't manage the fields, at the risk of sounding like Scott Morrison, none of us do, including you, Councillor Shetty, but to suggest that that's just an incompetent approach from the council, and it's actually just
point of order, Mayor. I never called anyone incompetent. I would appreciate you not misrepresenting me.
I'll withdraw that. I didn't interject at all in yours. If you don't mind, I'm allowed to have a different view to you without being accused of misrepresenting you all the time. And then Councillor Shetty is trying to walk both sides of the street here. We've got most of the Greens who are opposed, on the record in this chamber, opposed to all hybrid or artificial surfaces. But Councillor Shetty wanted to say, no, I'm not opposed to the local clubs.
I'm on the record.
Except now she says, yes, I am. I'm opposed to Waterfront Drive. Let's rule that one out. And next meeting, it'll be ruling out Balmain Road because Hall Greenland and Friends of Callan Park will oppose that as well. So she's going to work her way through the
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. You are misrepresenting me outrageously, and it's ridiculous that you expect me not to interject.
Councillor Shetty, I'll rule that I am not out of order. So what we're going to see here is an ongoing campaign of misinformation against any location that is put forward for an all-weather surface to be located. Instead of trying to bring people together...
This has not brought people together.
Councillor Shetty, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. Instead of trying to bring people together and identify how we could best use this funding to support all clubs, we're seeing an organised campaign to oppose any location for any new facility. What I propose is this. I think the motion that's been tabled by Councillor Scott is very sensible. We've run a completely transparent process and we've got everyone's preferences out on the table. And now we need to get the clubs back together and ask them to agree by consensus on what range of new facilities they want. Instead of that, what we're seeing from some councillors is an organised campaign of disinformation that is in opposition.
Point of order, Mayor, you're misrepresenting me again.
I'm not speaking about you, Councillor Shetty. What we're seeing is an organised campaign of disinformation to refer to things like plastic grass, and the aim of it is that we never spend any of the $20 million and no clubs get any benefit at all. And that hypocrisy deserves to be called out. I'm in support of the primary motion. Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mayor. As a councillor since 2008, I've never been asked to vote for a motion that's invalid before. We have been asked specifically by the GSP, the owners of that site, to remove Waterfront Drive and Balmain Road. We've been asked by the owners to remove those two. I don't know why they're still there, given that the owners have asked us to remove those two. Point two is invalid. And furthermore, I think in this process here, a very poor consultation process, we're jumping the gun. You have $20 million which are directed specifically for the Rozelle park master planning process. We've got that process to do. Who knows? That may use up the whole 20 million. It may need 25 million. We don't know that until we go through the master planning process. Those people have been without open space for 150 years down there. Finally, they're getting delivery of open space. It may need the entirety of that $20 million of funding there. And who's to say that the ovals and training field as being delivered down there will stand up to the test and pressure without additional funding? We know none of this yet. Let's get our master planning done first, know what sort of funds we have available to us, and know what additional funds we can share out. But let's at least give those people in that area the funds they deserve as the first priority. That's where the funds were to be directed. And councillors, let's remind ourselves that Callan Park is now listed as one of the 5 iconic parks of Sydney. And we have a duty on behalf of the entire Sydney to make sure that landscape is protected, looked after and kept in the best interest for all people of Sydney, all people of New South Wales and all visitors to it. It is no longer a small domain of our council, it's a big domain of Sydney itself. And we need to ensure that we look after it. Thank you.
I'm going to say the sound of one hand clapping, but it was 2. Okay, there's no further discussion or amendment. I'll put the Scott Byrne motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is 9 councillors, including Councillor Lockie, in support. All those against? 6 councillors against. That has been carried. Next item. Living Streets Program.
Sorry, Chair. I was so caught up in that last agenda item. I'd like to move item 23 with a very simple amendment that's been provided. I think it's clear that the community has very enthusiastically received our updated verge policy, and we are well on track to meet, if not surpass, the target of 100 new verge registrations within the first 12 months of the policy. So I'd like us to give it another push and see if we could even double that number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yes, please. I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it?
Mayor,
Councillor Griffiths.
can I just ask what the timeline for the verge competition is?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll take that question on notice.
Okay, that's taken on notice. If there's no further amendments or anyone who wishes to oppose the motion, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 24, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I just move a number of amendments to this. Again, thanks to the staff. This work is really exciting. And thank you to Get Skilled Access for conducting this really detailed audit. I'm proud that the audit does show that our, in many respects, InnerWest Council is a gold standard leader in disability employment. But as is always the case, there's much more that we can do. So I just offer a few amendments, just really about just putting some more visibility and accountability again around this audit. So I'm asking that the audit be shared with the advisory committee, the Access Advisory Committee, for feedback, that the next bi-monthly report include a table of recommendations outlined from this audit and noting whether they're supported in principle or opposed, with the rationale as to why and a possible timeline for implementing each of those recommendations that are supported. That the next report indicates the number of people with disability employed at council and specifically employed in the roles identified in the job role and accessibility and inclusion audit. So there's an ongoing sort of pulse check about how we're going in terms of getting more people into these roles. I'm asking that the elected councillors be invited and facilitated to undertake the Building a Culture of Accessibility and Inclusion training that staff will be mandatorily undertaking, and that we do it before June 2024, and that the number of councillors and staff who have completed the training be reported to the July 2024 meeting. And finally, I'm asking that the 24-25 budget, got it right, specifically include funding and information about programs to support disability inclusion in the InnerWest Council workforce and to support the direct employment of people with disability. So just, again, putting a bit of a flag and a marker to say we do want to continue doing this work with a specific line item that we'll be looking at this to be discussed in the future.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
No.
That's waived. Does anyone wish to amend the motion or to oppose it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? Declare that carried.
Yeah.
Item 26, Biennale, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with an amendment.
Okay.
Oh, did I miss something?
Mr Mayor, I believe you've skipped
25.
a critical item in the Madrickville
Sorry,
ward.
I crossed it off too quickly. Item 25, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Again, thanks again to staff for outlining this. I think this is showing that council's listening and that we're committed to getting the basics right for the residents of Tempe, St Peters and Sydenham. The simple amendment here is that council would write to all residents in Tempe, St Peters and Sydenham, outlining the works that are being undertaken and noting the blitz of the suburbs to be undertaking throughout the next 3 months to June 2024.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second it, Mayor. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Langford. Do you wish to speak to it?
I'll just say yes, thanking the staff and really impressed with the amount of work that's going to take place and has taken place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to the Biennale, item 26. I'd like to table an amended version of the primary motion. I've provided that word into the minute takers. I'll ask them to display it on the screen.
It'd be good if you could have these ready, Mr. Mayor.
Minute taker, which is more than can be said for you. It's a bit tougher juggling things from up in the chair. You can give it a go one day if you want. You will be. Ooh. Hold on. Didn't know that was the approach. No wonder Dylan's getting off the council. Well, everyone is. Not just Dylan. Sorry, Councillor Griffiths. Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to thank the council officers for attending the recent meeting with the hospitality businesses in Balmain and Rozelle, and to thank all of the businesses who participated in that discussion, as well as the Balmain Rozelle Chamber of Commerce for their coordination, and to Councillor Shetty and Councillor Stamoulis for coming along to participate in that meeting as well. It was certainly agreed by all that it is necessary to have a shuttle bus service between Darling Street, Balmain and Rozelle and the White Bay Power Station in order to achieve the maximum benefits for local businesses of having such an influx of patrons. Council officers have rightly identified that it is outside of our normal area of responsibility to have to fund the bus, but the truth is, if we don't, it's not going to happen. And so I'm proposing that we do agree to fund that. The estimates that I've received vary between, if you were running something on Saturday and Sunday for 12 weekends in a row, could cost between $25,000 and $35,000, but I don't have a specific figure. I want to propose a third point that we draw this from that the funds for this be identified in the next quarterly review, but also that we write to Transport for New South Wales asking them to make a joint funding contribution. I mean, in truth, they should be funding the whole thing themselves, given the disruption that's occurred because of the Rozelle Parklands. But I don't think we should make such a point of principle out of that we don't end up actually delivering the bus service. So I want to propose that we undertake that service in combination, that we plan it with the Chamber of Commerce, that we ask Transport for New South Wales to expedite the approval and potentially to fund it, and that we identify funds in the next quarterly budget review to make that happen. And I just want to thank the staff for the very detailed work that they've undertaken in preparing the promotional plan. And I'm very much looking forward to attending the Biennale, the opening of the Biennale this Friday, which I'm sure will be a fantastic event for our local community.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second your motion.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
I too am looking forward to Biennale and thank you for pulling this together.
Thanks very much for that. Is there any amendment or anyone who wishes to oppose the motion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it was a very good forum and certainly very well attended and some fantastic ideas. I'd just like to put one question to the staff, if I could, and that is there any opportunity to tap into an app for the Biennale where we'd be able to tell people this service existed, as well as the 441, 442, other services? It's so easy to get to Balmain from there within 2 minutes and back within 2 minutes on public transport, that it would be nice if we could tap into the app and let them know about all these alternatives. Is that a possibility? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. The Biennale itself as an organisation is doing liaison with Transport around those bus numbers. And has its own app, so we can certainly explore that, but they're their own entity, so we can make the approach. They have indicated they're happy for us to use their logo on our signage and promotional materials since that meeting with the Chamber.
Okay, thanks very much for that. If there's no further amendments or discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Brings us to item 27.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we go into confidential session, bring forward the items in confidential session and deal with them now to ensure that we do get through the critical business of council.
Seems sensible. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. So the motion is that we go into confidential session to deal with the items listed in that agenda prior to the end of the meeting tonight. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll ask the council officers to
once we're back.
We're back online. Councillor Atkins has indicated she wishes to move a procedural motion.
I'd like to move a procedural motion to bring forward item 40. I believe it's the only time-sensitive item that we have on our agenda. If we could deal with that now.
Now, just ask for advice from council officers on a procedural motion such as this. Councillors able to speak to the procedural motion?
Only the mover of the motion.
Okay. Councillor Atkins has already spoken to the motion, so if someone wishes to oppose that motion, they're not able to speak to the reasons for opposing it?
No, straight to a vote.
Okay, thank you for that. Does it require a seconder?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that
Yeah, I'm
motion?
happy to
Seconded
second.
by Councillor Langford. I'll put the procedural motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried unanimously. Brings us to item 40. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
Very briefly, please. Council's rightly proud of its support for the queer community. We pride ourselves on being a diverse community which is safe and welcoming for all. Every Mardi Gras, every Trans Day of Visibility and every Trans Day of Remembrance, we had very visible outward signs of support for the community. I'm asking for us to add to this by endorsing and publicising the rally referred to in the motion. Let's tell those people who object to LGBTQIA+ rights, who Way told us about tonight, that we will continue to amplify calls for those rights, actively supporting them. The main demand of this rally is for the passing in full of the Equality Bill introduced to the Parliament by Alex Greenwich MP. New South Wales currently has the worst laws in the country pertaining to LGBTQIA+ rights, and this needs remedying urgently. I doubt that there is anyone in this chamber who does not support the matters in the Equality Bill. And I'll just leave it there. I can speak to other issues if necessary, but I'll leave it there for the moment.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak to it?
Only to say thank you to Way and the members of Pride and Protest who came in to speak to us. They come in to speak to every motion that is concerning LGBTQ rights, and I really appreciate it every time they do, and I fully support everything Councillor Atkins has said.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? Councillor Howard?
Thank you. I have a foreshadowed motion that I have provided the notes to earlier. I'd also like to include as a point 5, if I may, the point 3 from the original motion regarding the application for up to 4 stalls at Pride Square.
I'll ask you to address your reasons for opposing the primary motion, and if you touch upon elements of your foreshadowed motion in that, that's fine, but you can't speak singularly to the foreshadowed motion until the primary motion is defeated.
Thanks, and thank you, Councillor.
Yes, the primary motion is defeated.
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Atkins, for the motion, and to the speakers from the public forum both this week and last week. When I spoke to the similar motion put forward by Councillor Atkins at the end of last year, I noted that I support the bulk of the demands being presented in the motion, including the right for trans and gender diverse people to self-ID, for sex worker rights, for gender affirmation leave, for an end to religious discrimination. Again, I just can't support a motion that supports defunding the police or which calls on gay and lesbian liaison officers or GLLOs from marching in Mardi Gras. This was a really difficult Mardi Gras. It's important to acknowledge the pain and distress following the alleged murder of Jesse Baird and Luke Davies, which was touched upon in the public forum earlier today. I didn't know them, but like so many other members of the LGBTIQA+ community, their alleged murder left me brokenhearted, angry and empty. I think these events speak to the feeling you have as a queer person, that you're never quite safe, that violence and death can await you behind any corner at any moment of the day. Of course, we're not the only community that feels like that, not least of all women and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Our safety and our relationship with the police will always be fraught. That historical tension is fundamental to the Mardi Gras story. But I don't think police violence towards LGBTIQA+ people is where the story ends. Our shared aspiration here has to be to make our community safer.
I'll move an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Thank you. As Gabor Mate, a Hungarian-Canadian physician, very smart person, has said, safety is not the absence of threat, it is the presence of connection. As a queer person who grew up in country New South Wales, Mardi Gras has always been a site of deep connection for me, of deep belonging. It's where I found my identity, it's where I found belonging, it's where I met my husband, actually 19 years ago today, so happy anniversary, Matt. Where I marched with my dad and children, and where my community shines. For me, knowing that police officers are marching, it sends a strong message that there's space for connection and conversation for everyone. I think it's easy to cancel. I think it's easy to exclude, but it's the harder work to forge connection. It's to have the conversation, to speak with those who share a different worldview. It's harder to evolve than to exclude. So for me, Mardi Gras is about celebration, connection, and belonging. And for that reason, I can't support this motion. Consistent for the approach I took when Councillor Atkins raised a similar motion last year, I proposed a foreshadowed motion that I can speak to broadly in a moment.
Mayor, may I ask a question of the Manager of Governance? I just want some advice around whether, I just note that there's a lot of very similar points on the foreshadowed motion to the substantive motion. I'm wondering whether it is a foreshadowed or it would be an amendment.
For me to make that ruling, I'll ask for Councillor Howard to address in what ways the foreshadowed motion is substantively different to the primary motion.
I think it's to do with the publicisation of the specifically of the rally that's being held. What I'm trying to do is put forward a series of points that point to the broader trans and gender diverse community, looking at how individuals, activists and community organisations can be celebrated and lifted up in that way.
I think that's clear. The substantive difference is that one motion endorses the rally and seeks to publicise it, and the foreshadowed motion does not. I'll rule that that is a foreshadowed motion. Amendments to the primary motion, or anyone who wishes to speak against the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Atkins for a right of reply.
Which I will take upon this occasion. I completely understand the points that Councillor Howard has made, and I respectfully disagree. I think within the queer community at the moment, there are many points of view about this. Even amongst 78ers, there are different points of view about the police. I firmly believe, particularly given the Sacker report last year and the sorts of things that Justice Sacker found about the continuing attitudes of the police to the LGBTQ+ community, that until the police can assure us of the type of transformational change that is needed within the force, that they are not welcome at Pride events until that transformational change is at least well on the way. I completely understand that there are different points of view, and I respect those points of view. I think at the moment, as you say, because of the deaths of Jesse and Luke, everyone is hurting. Everyone is trying to find ways to make this work and to find ways of belonging. I don't disagree with that. And I think particularly the idea of a rally and the stalls at Pride Square, that's part of what everyone is trying to do. Help us find community. I attended the City of Sydney, the Lord Mayor's Safety Summit, and people talk there about how exhausting it is as a community to be responsible for our own safety. Obviously, having the police involved is one way of making us safe, but I think everybody is really trying to explore different ways. And I think that's what the calls of defunding the police are about. They're really about putting money into families, education and community in order to prevent policing being necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Atkins. I'll now put the Atkins-Lockie motion. If that is defeated, then we'll consider the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Howard. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated, 8 votes to 7. We'll now move to the foreshadowed motion. I'll confirm that the seconder for that is Councillor Scott. Did I get that right? Or maybe it was...
I think it was Councillor D'Arienzo.
Councillor D'Arienzo. Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to the foreshadowed motion?
Yep, just to say that the foreshadow motion is really about seeking to focus on the extraordinary contribution being made by local, trans, non-binary and gender diverse residents and organisations.
Thank you. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to speak to it? No, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Atkins?
I don't wish to speak against it, but having voted that one down, I would ask my fellow councillors to vote for this. I think it's really important that we tell our community that we support Trans Day of Visibility.
Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Declare that carried unanimously. So we'll resume standing orders, which brings us back to item 27, unless I've got that wrong. Is that right? Perfect match. Is that where we're up to? Is there a mover for that motion?
Happy to move the officer's recommendations.
Moved by Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz.
So I asked for this to pull down.
Sorry, I just asked the mover of the motion first if they wish to speak to it, if you don't mind.
No.
Waived. Very good. That's very generous of you. Thank you for your collaboration. It's great when everybody's able to forgo space so that others can speak. Councillor De Cruz.
The reason I asked for this pulled out was again to ask the same question, whether we had considered the recent Closing the Gap report in doing this initiative.
I'm going to rule that that question is not relevant to the motion before us and rule that out of order. Is there any amendment to the motion? There's no amendment to the motion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to item 29, Reconciliation Action Plan Quarterly Update. Is there a mover?
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Howard will move that. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Do you wish to speak to it? No. Is there any amendment?
I have a question.
De Cruz has a question. Three.
I noticed that there's some training being developed or proposed in the RAP. Will that be given to councillors as well,
Put that
or
question
provided to
the-
councillors,
I'll put that
officers, or whatever?
Sorry. You tell me when you've concluded asking the question and I'll put it to the officers.
Provided, offered, or whatever verb is suitable.
Okay, I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, can I ask the councillor what specific training you're talking about in the report?
I'll put that back to Councillor De Cruz.
I'm afraid I can't. There was reference to a training course as being developed for staff and it's going to be given to them quarterly. And I just wondered if councillors were going to be included in that training program.
Through you, Chair, this specific report doesn't go to that training, but People and Culture do routinely roll out cultural awareness training, which is specifically for council staff.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any amendment to the recommendation? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 30, Customer Service and Development Assessment.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amended version of the officer's recommendations, which have been provided to the minute taker. I thank the officers for the work that they've done to date, and I particularly appreciate the work that they did on the Industry Professionals workshop, where we received so much valuable feedback about how we could improve. And I just ask that they close the loop with those industry professionals via a short online follow-up workshop advertised to the original invitees and participants, and that we provide those industry professionals with a copy of the action plan and the service improvements that we propose, and the parameters for the external review, and seek their willingness to continue to be involved in service improvements, and that we record feedback from the follow-up session and then provide it with the next customer service in DA report when it's provided next to council.
Thanks very much for that. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yep.
Seconded by someone. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us
Mr. Mayor,
to...
I'd like to move item 31, the
Thank you for that.
fire, mandatory fire reporting.
You wish to speak to it?
I waive my right to speak.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak? No, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 32, Review of InnerWest Aquatic Centre fees. Councillor De Cruz.
Okay. I'm moving an amended motion which Councillor Atkins has sent to the minute taker, I believe.
Yes, I will second, and they do have the amendments. It's very briefly amended. You can speak first.
Okay. It's so basically what happened was some people have emailed us about squad fees and swimming carnival fees, and as I started to look into this, it was very complicated, and there are a few I thought there was a few anomalies, and it's actually not the issue of waiving the fees, it's actually the structure of the fees that may be the problem, and hence I'm putting this request through council as a nom.
First seconder for the motion. Oh, sorry, I've already clarified that. My mistake. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Atkins?
Just the issues of subparagraphs of subparagraphs.
Yep.
Very briefly, the intention of this motion is for a review of aquatic centre fees and charges, which considers the costs of operation of our aquatic centres, including costs such as the use of the movable floor at Ashfield and the costs of any extension of season or opening hours at various pools. That is not to say that we should necessarily recover all costs associated with running the centres from users. It's about understanding what matters are taken into account in calculating fees and whether or not we should recover all costs or subsidise some, and how our fees compare to pools in neighbouring LGAs. It takes into account issues which have been raised by councillors, such as the costs imposed for school swimming carnivals, which may be passed on to families. It would be very helpful in setting fees next financial year if councillors were able to understand how the fees charged to users reflect the costs to council in running the centres. So I hope you will all take this motion in the spirit that it is intended. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it?
Can I just ask a question?
I've got Councillor Lockie, then Councillor Drury.
The amendment appears to be incomplete on our screens. I'm not quite sure what is. We can scroll down to the amendment Councillor Atkins moved. Oh, okay. It's still big. Okay.
Is that clarified? Okay, great. Councillor Drury.
Councillor Atkins, I tried to take this in the spirit, or some spirit. I just got confused. I got lost. I went up a couple of rabbit holes. I came back. I'm still none the wiser. I'm sorry, but I cannot, in all good conscience, give this to the staff and ask them to spend a fairly considerable time relating to a grab bag of issues that relate to aquatics. We will consider the matters in relation to the fees. The figures about what it costs to run the aquatic centres have been provided. We know that information. We subsidise people attending aquatic centres because we believe it is good for our community. We subsidise it, and we know the exact figure to which we subsidise that. If we want to debate each fee, then we shall do so in relation to when we debate the fees and charges. If there are specific questions, then perhaps they can be put either on notice or put as requests for information to the staff. But this, I cannot support a review of so many things that I don't quite get.
Thank you for that. If there's no one else who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it, I'll put the De Cruz-Atkins motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are 7 votes in favour. All those against? There are 8 votes against. That has been defeated. Brings us to item 33, notice of motion, review of domestic waste charge. Would someone like to move that motion?
Yep. I guess I'll move it, and I don't need to speak. I think it's self-explanatory, and if it isn't, then I guess people will vote against it.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Stamolish. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I think this is timely, and not only that, it's not defining in detail. It leaves the staff ample room there to include the information that councillors would need there and to summarise the key issues. So I'll be seconding that motion and supporting that information. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I think we're starting to see a bit of a theme here from Councillor De Cruz talking down FOGO. This motion generally, though, I would just note every year as part of the budget process, fees associated with the domestic waste charge are reviewed as part of the budget process. Councillors are briefed, then have the opportunity to comment. The budget is exhibited, then the public has an opportunity to comment. So I think this is a redundant motion.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor De Cruz for a right of reply. Waived. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? 6 votes in favour. All those against? 9 votes against. That has been defeated with Councillor Lockie voting against. That brings us to item 34.
That's withdrawn.
Yeah. That's withdrawn as it has passed. Brings us to item 35. January 26.
Yes, I move the motion with some amendments which I have provided both to the minute takers and to yourself, Mayor. I acknowledge that the InnerWest 26 January citizenship ceremony is, like all our citizenship ceremonies, conducted in a respectful way, and that we have done more than some councils to bring First Nations history and culture into our citizenship ceremonies generally. But after the referendum, we need ways of acknowledging to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community that we understand the truth of this country's history. And the truth is that January the 26th has since the beginning been a day that many would rather not celebrate, and since 1938 has been, for First Nations peoples, a day of mourning. I understand that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee considered the issue at their recent meeting and have provided the following comment. The committee advises that local Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are not focused on the 26th of January as Australia Day or a day for citizenship, but focus on Yabun as a celebration of survival and culture. Council continues to support Yabun annually. The committee did not express a view on when Council holds citizenship ceremonies. So it's up to us. Do we want to remove something that may cause our First Nations community pain or not? Federal government has acknowledged that councils may want to do so by changing the code. I say we should.
I'm happy to second that, Mayor.
You wish to speak to it?
Just briefly, just to acknowledge, I really want to acknowledge and commend the Australian government for removing that requirement to hold citizenship ceremonies on the 26th of January. I thought that was a really blatant attempt to wade into culture wars from the previous coalition government to force councils to hold citizenship ceremonies on that date, regardless of whether they felt it reflected the views of their communities or not. So I think that was a really strong step forward from the Labor government after their election. Look, I would only just say with this, there are differing views, of course, on 26th of January on whether we should hold citizenship ceremonies on that date. I will note, though, that since the Labor government brought that flexibility back into the process, over 80 councils around Australia, as of the last 26th of January, chose not to hold citizenship ceremonies on that date. The world didn't end, the sky didn't cave in, and many more people were able to become citizens of this great country in January on a day that their councils and communities chose. So I would think this is in keeping with what our community would want, and so I support this motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just speak briefly against the motion. I want to provide some historical context about this council's involvement in the issue. In 2019, we became the first council in New South Wales and I think Australia to move all celebratory events away from the 26th of January. We did that at a time when the federal government, as has been alluded to, was threatening to take citizenship powers away from local councils who didn't conduct a ceremony on that date. The council used to hold a large-scale festival in Enmore Park, which we've now moved to a different date. It's become a successful event in its own right, completely divorced from the 26th of January. And we became, at the same time, a major sponsor of Yarburn. And we've, every January 26, encouraged all of our community to express their solidarity with First Nations people by attending Yarburn. And we should continue to do that. All of our citizenship ceremonies, which I might note a very small number of councillors attend, generally, apart from the January 26, all of our citizenship ceremonies have a very deep focus on Indigenous history. They all begin with that theme. They are all addressed by our cultural advisor, Deborah Lennis, who's a very highly valued civic leader in the community. So not just on January 26, but at every citizenship ceremony, we see it as an educative role for the council to take to let the new citizens know about how important it is to build reconciliation. And that's the case on the 26th of January as well. I wasn't able to attend this year, but I heard a lot of positive reports from the way that the Deputy Mayor conducted the ceremony with that same focus on respect, solemnity, and that's working quite well. I've got to be really honest. I thought that in the referendum campaign that some people, no one in this chamber, really left a lot to be desired in terms of their advocacy for the yes vote.
So now I move an extension of 1 minute.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I don't say this to be obnoxious, but I think it's just a matter of record. The member for Newtown played no role in advocating for the yes vote, made a statement towards the very end of the campaign saying that she would vote yes. Prior to that, Lydia Thorpe, a Green senator, was leading the no campaign prior to being expelled
Point of
from
order,
the party.
Mayor, how is this relevant?
I've ruled that it is relevant. And went on to play an incredibly destructive role after she finally left the Greens or was finally asked to leave. Really led the no campaign along with Warren Mundine and Jacinta Price. So we're still getting over the trauma of that loss. And I don't think that it helps us to bring the community back together and to continue to advocate for Indigenous justice, to come back at this issue as a wedge issue when so many people let us down during the referendum campaign. So I will oppose the motion. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? Can I ask for clarification about which of the two sets of wording on the screen we're voting on?
The bottom one.
Okay, could I ask that there just be one set of wording provided? Thank you for that. Councillor Atkins, right of reply?
No, that's fine.
That's waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated. 7 votes to 8. Next item. InnerWest Schools active travel.
I promised to keep this brief, so I will. I just want to flag, sorry, let's let Dylan leave the chamber. Sorry. I just want to flag my enthusiasm for getting more kids walking and cycling safely to school. I think we've got big issues in the InnerWest with just it not being that safe with so many cars, and I think anything we can do to make it safer for kids to get to school on their bikes and walk is a positive step, and I hope that we're able to get some funding from the state government through their excellent program to try and fund this initiative, so I hope that it will be supported.
I request that the wording of the motion be displayed on the screen. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Do you wish to speak to it? That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 37 has already been carried on block. That brings us to item 38, notice of motion, waste education.
So this pertains again to the FOGO, which is a national rollout, and I think there's been there has been acknowledged that within our community there has been a lack of education, a lack of consistency, a lack of messaging, and it was interesting that I was in the North Shore just on Sunday and picked up the newspaper there, and they still have North Shore Times. We don't have an InnerWest Courier anymore. And it was actually a 3-page, it was on the front page, it was on 3 pages, so all about the FOGO rollout and what it means and educating the community on what what you can put in the bins and what you can't put in the bins. And so the idea of having this motion was that we actually involve the federal government in developing a curriculum or funding the development of curriculum and a program that can go out to the community to assist councils who are implementing FOGO across the country. So, so it's actually to educate people about what goes in which bins, and to actually then, but we also have the other issue where we have to standardise on bins, because at the moment nobody quite knows what goes in which bin. There's an assumption that people know, but the biggest concern the local community has is you've got to bring your bins in really quickly because dog poo's dumped in any of them, takeaway coffee cups are dumped in any one. So actually what we need is that the community knows how to separate their waste and doesn't contaminate it. So that's the idea of this motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Do you wish to speak to it? No. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to oppose it? Councillor Howard.
I just have a small amendment that I hope will work for Councillor De Cruz, which is that I'm just asking that the first sentence of the summary of key arguments in the document be changed to read that the ongoing rollout of FOGO, which is a state and national initiative, presents challenges for local council and communities. I would not support this going forward if that first sentence reads as it is, because I think, again, we're talking down FOGO. And again, lots of councils are looking to us to show leadership. And I think we can show that, yeah, it can be a challenging thing to implement, but it is not the case that we're struggling with the rollout of FOGO.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor, of Councillor De Cruz?
Yes. Councillor Stevens.
On what is the constitutional or legislative basis by which the Australian government can standardise bins?
Sorry, it has got a program because it is a national program to standardise the bins across industry, across the collection sector. That is under the National Waste Strategy.
May I, Mr. Mayor, potentially clarify Councillor Stevens' question to Councillor De Cruz? What exactly is the Commonwealth power that would allow councils to, what exactly is the Commonwealth power that you refer to, whereby rubbish collection at a local council level, which is administered through the state, would be mandated by the Commonwealth government?
I'll put that question to Councillor De Cruz.
I refer Councillor to the National Waste Strategy.
May I ask a further clarifying question?
Yes.
The national strategy that Councillor De Cruz refers to, does that have the power of a Commonwealth legislative instrument such that a mandate could be enforced at the local government level?
I think it does set out the stewardship, which is mentioned previously and explained in the plastics recycling, and you will note that the red cycle fiasco is being regulated through the EPAs, but also through the ACCC.
Could I ask just a third clarifying question, if I might, of Councillor De Cruz?
Well, yes, you can.
Thank you. I do appreciate Councillor De Cruz's indulgence on this issue, which is close to my heart, but I also want to make sure that we do get our advocacy correct when it comes to the important issue of waste collection. Have you contemplated, Councillor De Cruz, whether this might be more appropriate for an LG New South Wales conference, or potentially whether your advocacy could be better directed to the state government, and what strategies or legislative powers at the state level might help you to see your vision of standardisation achieved?
Just to clarify,
question to Councillor De Cruz.
Just to clarify for Councillor Scott, this is actually a national standardisation of bins across Australia. The 3-bin system of the red, yellow and green bin is right across Australia, and therefore it would be better if all through schools, through you can put it in your state curriculum, but we repeat it over and over because we are being consistent. We're talking about soft plastic going to Victoria. We're talking about, so the recycling and all of this is a national program. It's not, and indeed the asbestos, but it's not related to the curbside collection. So, in fact, this is a national program. You will, if you actually look at the councils in other states, they also have a red, green, and yellow. So it is part of the national waste strategy, which the states are conforming to.
Okay. Now, we've got the amendment from Councillor Howard. Did you wish to table that? Because we should be debating that if that's what you wish to. It's accepted.
I've accepted that.
Okay, so that's incorporated into the primary motion. And then there's there's no further amendment. So I'll go to Councillor De Cruz briefly.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Look, I think. I think that the motions that we send off to AGLA are quite important, and they reflect on us as a council. And I have been to a number of national and state conferences where we have sent off motions that have been, how shall we say, less than well thought through or less well researched, and we have looked rather silly. And it's embarrassing to be at these national conferences, embarrassing to have the publications of the motions where, for the InnerWest, what we are doing is putting forward something that perhaps hasn't been entirely well thought through. I think the issue of FOGO is a major challenge. I think we in the InnerWest are working really hard to see if we can make this work. We're working closely with the state governments, and I'm just not entirely sure what the Commonwealth can and should do in relation to this.
Mr Mayor, can I move an extension of time for Councillor Drury?
I don't think that's necessary. Please proceed, Councillor Drury.
Yeah, because look, I'm not sure how the Australian government can standardise bins. The Commonwealth, I think, would struggle to standard. Oh, give me another minute.
No, thank you.
I think
Councillor Drury, your time has expired. Okay. I'll go to Councillor De Cruz for a right of reply.
That's fine, thanks.
Waived. I'll put that motion, the De Cruz-Griffiths motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. It being after 11 o'clock, I'll declare the meeting closed. I'll move that we defer all items on the agenda, left on the agenda, to be considered at a subsequent ordinary council meeting. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I declare the meeting closed.